Saturday, the 29th of December, 2018. Winding down the calendar year. Winding down another year of time. 2018. How accurate is that, really? 2018 years after the story, of course, of the Avatar, Yahashua, or known in other circles as Jesus Christ, Quetzalcoatl, the teacher of righteousness, the master of justice, just as Buddha and other avatars, other spiritual teachers, gurus, have various names. And it has been stated and around non-duality circles, Advaita Vedanta, that such names are just simply conjured. They are names of stories of body minds that held information and shared information with others of their time, and stories of the earth. So many stories of the earth, so many different versions. Speaking of stories, there are up to 510,000 or so, 500,000 different versions of the Old Testament writings, and then just over somewhere in the neighborhood of 750,000 versions of the New Testament writings. So it is any wonder if any one body is trying to make some type of effort to understand truth. What is the ultimate truth? Is there any truth to all this? And the answer is the final answer, which is no. No meaning, reason, and purpose, but that is never good enough. For the conjured self, no meaning, no reason, no purpose for being. That won't do for the conjured self. The conjured self desires and wants and needs a sense of belonging and a sense of purpose and reason and meaning. And so stories are conjured about that idea, that the reason and the meaning and purpose of the human being, or about the human being, the human race, the human species, that is told within the story of Earth. The story of Earth speaks of different kingdoms: animal kingdom, insect kingdom, plant kingdom, and then the microorganisms, and so many kingdoms about the story of Earth. But what appears to be apparently one of the most important stories about Earth is that there is a human species that can communicate information, but the information it's communicating has no reason, meaning, and purpose behind it other than the agreed reason, meaning, and purpose among the conjured selves. How are these cells conjured? They are conjured by the mental thought system. What is the mental thought system? A collective consciousness. How did that come about? It is simply pointed to. It is simply recognized and called that. It is described. These are descriptions. There's no prescription regarding all that is. Empty fullness, everything. Everything that appears whole, complete, and full. Nothing added from everything and nothing taken away from everything. The Alpha and Omega. It is this. It is never that. This implies duality. A single cell splitting into two cells, those two cells splitting again, and so on and so forth, which creates the duplicity and the variety, the infinitudinal complexification of duality. And that is the reality that the conjured self lives in. It lives in that dream of conjuring the idea of separateness, the idea of a separate sense of self that has reason, meaning, and purpose, and that the collective consciousness are all the groups, the different various groups of conjured selves in their variety, grouping together and telling the story of Earth in their own way. There is the perpetuation, if you will, the perpetuation of a separate sense of self. It is perpetuated within what is referred to as the story of Earth is told, a societal structure. Taking one language, one of the main universal languages regarding the story of Earth that is told in that language, which is English, it is agreed upon by groups of conjured selves that agree in full agreement with a version of that story of Earth that is told. And there lies one of the greatest paradoxes on this planet about the story of Earth. One of the great paradoxes is there's the sense of separate self, and there are groups of conjured selves that create beliefs about how and why there is meaning, reason, and purpose for this collective consciousness to appear as it does, and as it is explained and told regarding what the conjured selves create and understand and agree upon beliefs. These beliefs are these agreements of meaning, purpose, and reason, which they will often refer to as the evolutionary process. That there is an ongoing, there has been an ongoing evolution of the human race, the human species. That is a conjured story. The conjured story of an evolution. That's not what's happening. That is the conjured idea that's in agreement via the mental thought system to find credence behind the idea of a human species, to perpetuate the idea that the human species is important and has importance and has greater importance. That sense of a separate sense of self has within that idea of separation that there can be different stories and different versions regarding the meaning, reason, and purpose for the appearance of the human being, the human form, the humanly corporeal form that is appearing. The conjured self will take that idea of an evolutionary scale that the human race had a beginning, which is very, very closely related to the story of duality, regarding duality in the single cell. If that story is examined closely regarding the evolution of the human race, of the human species. It can be pointed out and exposed, that idea of an evolutionary scale that was conjured by groups of conjured selves, that also took the idea of a single cell that split into two, and then those two cells complexified, split further, and then the complexity of countenance began to take place and continue on that way until specialized groups of cells began to organize. That is the story of duality. That's the idea of separateness, of a sense of separation. That's one of many different versions of the story of how duality had been conjured by groups of conjured selves. It is not so important to trace back the origins of that, and yet that is something that apparently appears to be defined as another idea, another conjured idea. It is likened to the Russian dolls. You have a series of them. You have a very large Russian doll, you open that one up and there's another one inside that one. It's also similar to the idea of a reaction to a reaction to a reaction, and also in nature there's the fractal design behind manifestation. It is apparently appearing to be noticed or acknowledged and recognized that this idea of the fractal is that there is a repeat or a reflection. The reflection behind that reflection, it is likened to the series of fractal designs, and within the fractals one can go into visually seeing a fractal design, going into that, and other fractal designs are noticed all the way from the visible micro world or micro reality, or the visible microbiological creatures or living things that can be observable with instrumentation such as the microscope. By viewing through a microscope, it can then be visually witnessed, facilitating the sight of a body mind, that there is life, but at a very small scale. And so if that is found and noticed in nature, then that can also be proposed with that same idea that the spectrum is far greater than that which can be observed or that which can be witnessed. The complexity of everything cannot be measured. It reaches boundaries and limitations if witnessed through the 5 sensory input-output modalities of a body-mind. There apparently appears to be great limitation in that, since the band is very narrow by which a body-mind can examine what it is witnessing around it as everything. Everything cannot be broken down, and yet it cannot be understood how that is and why that is. There is no why, and it's unknowable. Nobody can know how and why everything is appearing as it does, of its own accord and volition. The words of any language that a body-mind attempts to state that they know or they possess knowledge of what everything is often found in the sciences. Those that study the sciences, those body minds, are trying to conjure a knowing of empty fullness of all this, of all that is and all that is not empty fullness, as that which apparently appears as what is and what is not empty fullness, that apparently appears as real and unreal, observable and unobservable, knowable and unknowable, for nobody, and for no apparent meaning, reason, and purpose other than of its own accord of volition. Of its own accord of volition. There are no words to describe everything. There are feeble attempts by using phrases such as empty fullness, all that is and all that is not, simply this. I mean, there have been so many different phrases used, and yet the mind of a body mind cannot conjure an understanding and knowing regarding how everything appears as it does, both real and unreal, observable and unobservable, knowable and unknowable. It's as though there are parameters. It's as though these limitations are there, and in some way these barriers, these parameters are there, and so the body-mind makes an effort to try and conjure an understanding. And this is how beliefs are conjured as well. And then there's body-minds via the mental thought system that conjure these belief systems. And then a group of conjured selves that are using the idea of a separate sense of self and trying to find a way to include that and incorporate that and to accept separation and include it as everything appears. So there have been those body minds that are blending and conjuring ideas that although it apparently appears that there are body minds that are separate, they are not. They're only observably so and visibly observable in mirrors. And yet there is both that which is animated and appearing as an enlivened body mind, and then there are those that are no longer appearing as an enlivened body mind. That enlivened energy, that energetic movement, has been described as non-local qualia consciousness energy. And so there is this feeble attempt for conjured selves to make an effort to understand the writings of Advaita and what non-duality, the message of non-duality, what that really means. There's an explosion on the internet right now as we speak, in social media and Facebook pages and different approaches from so many different points of view, so many different body minds that are taking innumerable ideas and concepts and just sharing them. And then in that sharing, it is causing distortion. Now, is it good or bad? No. Is that an example of duality? No. It is both. Apparently what is apparently appearing to happen is not necessarily a separate group of body minds that are conjuring these ideas. There apparently appears to be that which was once relegated as unknowable beginning to gradually cross over to that which is knowable. To try to put that into words is rather difficult when it is witnessed and recognized that however everything is appearing of its own accord and volition, however that is happening, there is still that which is knowable and that which is unknowable. And yet, it also appears as though that which was once unknowable, and it cannot be pinpointed, it cannot be defined and labeled what degree and what portion of that which is unknowable remains unknowable, and that which is unknowable remains unknowable. What percentage of the unknowable is unknowable, and what percentage of information is knowable? Now, information, information. So there's the form of the human corporeal form, and that is always in formation. It's forming a formation of some type. That formation is a manifestation. Manifestation of what? A human corporeal appearance. And how is that so? Well, it has been stated that there is the core of energy of a human corporeal form that is non-local. Non-local in the sense that it's non-temporal. That which is temporal is visibly observable in space and time, but only temporarily so. It's an impermanence. That which is impermanent is temporally temporary. And that which is non-local is outside of that. Non-local quality of consciousness energy is outside of space and time. It is not of space and time. That is relegated to that which is not only unknowable and unobservable, but it cannot be described. That which is unknowable defies description. So if that's the case, then it is not discussed. It is not communicated. It is not discussed among other body minds that are still not satisfied with the descriptions that are given. It is as though there is something else that can be known that has yet to be discovered, perhaps. That although some would say that that is the seeker that cannot let go of that sense of separateness or a sense of separate self, as though there's a separate individual body mind with a mind that is so inquisitive and carries an energy of seeking, a seeking energy that it cannot let go of. For here's the paradox. A self can say and conjure up the idea that it believes and it is convinced, even if it is via the mental thought system, that it still has yet to discover something that it believes is missing. And there are those in non-duality circles that are saying nothing is missing. everything is complete. No. The completeness apparently appears to be that which is visible as everything, timing the appearance of everything that is visible, and that which is knowable. And yet, there apparently appears to be a percentage that is still unknowable, and yet there are new discoveries. These new discoveries are apparently appearing to be portions of that which was once relegated to the unknown, the unknowable, that somehow is now knowable. Has it always been unknowable? It apparently appears to have. There is some information that had yet to have been captured in some way, and in that capture of information, it was somehow captured via the mind of a body mind to claim. There's the claim again. False claims, true claims. If there are false claims, then that means there can be true claims. So there is a body mind struggling to create more conjurings of ideas. And that does not appear to stop and cease. There are thoughts, and they are either those thoughts are entertained or they're not. The mental thought system continues to churn out thoughts among a collective consciousness. Now, this phrase, collective consciousness, is used in such a way that pertains to, the collective consciousness is likened to a bandwidth, or likened to a wavelength. Let's use the example of radio transmissions. These radio transmissions have certain bands. You have frequency modulation, FM radio, and there's radio stations on frequencies that are broadcasting on that wavelength. Using that as a metaphor, as a euphemism, as a way to explain, as a way to conjure an explanation. It is all conjured. It is admittedly so that everything that is stated via a body-mind is a conjuring of ideas and entertaining such ideas, and then they are shared. This is the way information is shared. It has been such a common thing, and one might even say that that's part of the conditioning of separation. That right there, that idea of sharing information is a way that the body-mind keeps itself occupied. It keeps itself alive by seeking that which it believes can someday be knowable. Hence the idea of that which was once relegated to be unknowable eventually becomes knowable. But nobody can really pin down what percentage of information is unknowable and what percentage of information is knowable. That cannot be broken down into sciences. However, there are some physicists that are using theories, such as Dr. Thomas Campbell with his big toe, his theory of everything. I bring up that particular individual because that is how this body-mind dropped its conjured self. That sense of a separate self was dropped. Once there was a comparison that was made, and that is when the sense of a separate self dropped, and now there is just simply a body-mind that looks into the mirror and and no longer recognizes a conjured self that was once conjured in that body mind. It's such a peculiar way of trying to make an effort to communicate out to other body minds to say, that's it, isn't it? That recognition that the separate sense of self is conjured. It's as though there are admittances happening. It's as though a body mind is admitting and then states to a self that it once thought was part of the body mind, and speaks to that self to say, you were conjured. That birth name and birthright that was given was simply supporting that conjured self. The conjured self was developed via the mental thought system. Paul Hederman refers to a parasitic movement. That parasite is a thought form or a thought pattern type of parasitic energetic movement. It's a parasitic energy because it is as though the collective consciousness is where that parasitic movement of energy resides. It resides within what has been construed or has been identified or described as the collective consciousness. So what we will be doing, what we have been doing, and what this body mind is conjured, and it must be admitted via a body mind that although no longer has a sense of a separate self that resides as though there's a resident of a conjured self there, there is still a sense of some type of energy, and that energy cannot be labeled or defined as it had once been routinely defined via a sense of a separate self, of a conjured self. A conjured self entertains ideas that support that it has a meaning, reason, and purpose for being what it is. Most conjured selves are in agreement with the idea that there is an evolutionary scale or an evolutionary process happening or going on, whereby conjured selves are trying to perpetuate or making an effort to perpetuate a sense of separation or a sense of a separate self by grouping together in agreement with a belief that there is an evolutionary scale going on when there's not. It's only the apparent appearance of a human evolution happening. Now, there have been in New Age circles, okay, of course, putting the quotation marks, wrapping that around the New Age movement, which had occurred in the timeline of the 1990s. The 1990s, that was quite prevalent. There were very few body minds. Nobody had formed groups. Now, first of all, there was no internet. The internet appears to be a catalyst, so to speak. The World Wide Web, the internet, appears to be a catalyst, as though it was purposely set up somehow. Via what? Perhaps all that is, and all that is not empty fullness, perhaps empty fullness, or all that is simply this, was eventually going to produce manifestations of body minds that would get together and communicate and then entertain the idea and those ideas and beliefs and then share them and then continue perpetuating them. And the idea of a human race, a human species, is more important than all the other kingdoms as the story of Earth is told. Well, apparently appears that there is this idea that the human species is somehow more important than all the other life forms. And then there are others that disagree with that. There are those that would simply say, that's just life. But then there are layers of the ideas that are entertained as a conjuring of an ego. And that ego perpetuates a separate sense of, a separate sense of self that would say, we're grouping together, and this group of body minds that are conjuring this idea are in agreement with that idea regarding a human evolution. And the evidence that the human species is more superior than other life forms about the story of Earth, more than all of the different species of animals, the animal kingdom, the insect kingdom, it has not been demonstrable, which is why there are groups of human beings or body minds apparently appearing to be manifesting new inventions, new types of things within everything. Granted, there is empty fullness, and all that is simply everything appearing as it does. And then there's the conjuring. Then there's the conjured selves that group together and interpret in a particular way, create beliefs and belief systems surrounding particular ideas or trains of thought. So there's the mental thought system constantly busy, apparently appears to be constantly busy at using and utilizing that sense of time and space as a fixed position. Jim Newman has described that as a constrictive energy that says there is an individual body mind and in a fixed position as here, and then there where you are is another separate fixed position body mind on another place in space and time, a different coordinate. Similarly to taking a map and looking at that map, and then there's longitude and latitudinal points, and that if a body mind looks out the window, it could see that there is land, that there's the appearance of land. And if it takes the body mind that it believes to be part of, but that when there's no conjured self there anymore, it is as though there is still a sense of a self, but it's not the same. It's not a sense of a conditioned self that instinctively operates. That instinctive operation of a body mind continues to instinctively believe that it is doing that there is the body mind that must eat, rest, exercise, movement. But is it really doing that? It believes it is doing that because it's instinctive in some way. When we observe other life forms in the animal kingdom, in nature, we see that is happening. We're witnessing. The body-mind is facilitating sight and witnessing how it apparently appears to be happening that there are life forms of such variety, an infinitesimal array of complexification, an infinitesimal array of life forms of such various shapes and sizes and appearances. That alone is astonishing. That alone is extraordinary. it is extraordinary in the idea and the witness of such variety that the idea begins to be conjured by the body-mind, trying to grapple with that idea of complexification that appears to be infinitudinal, just as the ocean is not. In other words, the ocean is not infinitudinal. We know that there are barriers, that it will eventually hit land or reach land, that there are these parameters. And that, of course, is part of the story of Earth. It is being observed. And it can be demonstrated via body minds that can move about within everything that apparently appears to be as it is, complete and whole. And yet, there's the apparent appearance of a body mind that could walk over to close to the embankment of a shoreline, and where the land meets a body of water or an ocean. And then there is a boat or vehicle that the body mind can enter into and then traverse waters, the ocean. And then there is that realization via a body mind that is making every effort it can to define and try to understand why. And it's that conjuring of the why and how that seems to accompany the conjured self. In other words, once there's a falling away, and there cannot be a reversal of that, once there's a collapse of a conjured self that is no longer thought about as it once used to be thought about, that this is my body and you have your body. And in the simplicity of that right there seems to perpetuate the collapse of the me or the I, or a sense of a separate self. That idea alone that is entertained apparently appears to be all it takes. The simplicity of that, if it is focused upon, if it is just that one thought that is supported via the mental thought system, that you are an entity, you are a separate being, okay? And how do you know that? You believe you know that by thought, by thinking about it. And these thoughts are not private. They are not held as though no body else or no other body that also apparently appears to have a mind. Not have, but there is that way of, see, the English language, it must be carefully put together in such a way to describe not only a sense of a separate self, but that the collapse can happen in one of innumerable ways. Just as there's a description of manifestation and impermanence that apparently appears to manifest in one of innumerable ways as well. That the phrase about that manifestation appearing in one of innumerable ways has been stated using the English language with the phrase infinitudinal complexification. Infinitudinal complexification is a complexified manifestation of infinite appearances. of manifestation. It's as though there has been some energy that one, and this is how the gods and the goddesses and the deities were all conjured, by that idea that there is some type of a being that's endowed with this ability to be in charge of various manifestations. And this is how the conjuring of the belief systems and ideas of hidden kingdoms and of other dimensions and other levels, and it goes on and on that way. It is obvious when a body mind can be searching through and looking through the internet and looking through YouTube and observing all the different belief systems and all the different ideas that are entertained by groups of, let's say, metaphysicians, metaphysics. There's just an infinitudinal array right there of various belief systems and ideas of conjuring entities and extraterrestrial. There's the extraterrestrial one that has such a wide range of descriptions and names of beings and alleged supernal beings, and that there's an angelic realm, and there's these angels that have been around for thousands and thousands of years, but they exist in other dimensions, and then the idea of interdimensions and hyperdimensions and higher dimensions and lower dimensions, and then there's a number of levels that go up a scale, and then there's lower levels that go down a scale. And then there's the duality. But notice, that's duality again. See, that it is taking the idea of duality and stretching it out. And that's what the conjured self, it just desires to do that so much, especially if it is operating, if a body mind is operating with a very strong seeking energy. It's going to latch on to all these various ideas and to conjure up the idea as though these are new, that these are new discoveries. Nobody has ever thought of this. Nobody else has thought of it. So let's get that out there and share it. So in a way, in a sense, the internet is kind of a conduit that is promoting a sense of separation. And that it is a tool that is being used as though there are sides that are being chosen by groups of conjured selves that are gathering together. And you see that in social media, in Facebook. You see the different entitlements, the enlightened ones, and then you see the ones about the Matrix, and then you see groups of, well, if a conjured self is going to, let's say, promote a group in social media, and body minds are engaged in that, and it is being witnessed that there are various non-duality groups that are showing up at different pages, and this body mind has definitely become involved with that. Now, the involvement, the selection of words for the English language needs to be carefully considered here. Involvement. It apparently appears to be a degree of involvement happening. Now, the difference between the collapse of a conjured self is a recognition that there is no separate self, there is no separate individual body that's separate from every other appearance, the apparent appearance of a human corporeal form that is visibly observable in mirrors. Okay? And that there's these various groups of body minds that still are apparently appearing to possess the possession of a conjured self that believes that is still that there is still a separate sense of an energetic movement of an individual entity that is coalescing or blending with the appearance of a human corporeal form that's visibly observable in mirrors. In other words, the appearance of a body-mind is mistaken as an individual, just as the idea of a conjured self that is still believing and convinced that it is separate from everybody and everything else, because it is perceiving. It is perceiving everything that is whole and complete as though there are separate items or things or manifestations of separate items, that the separate sense of self supports the idea that these are my hands, and it is that false claim. There is the false claim. The true claim is to say that there is nobody claiming anything, and that the claiming of anything is not necessary. Why? Simply because everything's already whole, complete, just as it is, just as it appears to be, just as it apparently appears to be, as time timing the appearance of everything. But there are no separate things within everything. It only apparently appears to be that way. There, the way Jim Newman puts it, now I could take this comb and say, this is no thing combing. Just as he said it recently in one of the talks that Jim Newman, okay, the body-mind that is labeled with a birth name, okay, as Jim Newman. And there is that realization, there is that the obviousness that you can go into most of the largest cities where body minds are gathered and are apparently appearing to live a life. Yeah. And check a phone book or a listing of phone numbers and names, and there are many, many Jim Newmans. Obviously, you could go on Facebook and you can key in a name, right? You can key in a forename and a surname, such as Smith. There are many Stephen Smiths, Steve Smiths, and that right there, that alone should be causing, if it's not already happening, should be causing the collapse of so many me's, so many conjured selves. That idea and realization alone should be collapsing so many. And there should be a domino effect. I can just imagine. I mean, when I say I can imagine, this body mind, utilizing this mind, can imagine and conjure the idea that could that possibly be what's happening now? I mean, even these days, when I say these days, since time is time and time has been used to keep track of moments, keep track of, and there's a track. Where did this track come from? Space and time. How is that possible? How is that operating? Well, there are astrophysicists that would describe that, such as Dr. Thomas Campbell, the ex-NASA physicist, who has gone, well, not necessarily gone rogue, but he's promoting this idea, and it appears to be part of something that's conjured, and yet there is something about that, because that alone, contrasting the message of Advaita Vedanta and going along and checking the differences, the contrast between Advaita Vedanta, which is thousands and thousands of years, that message of non-duality that simply means that there's a fact, it's not two, obviously, not two of anything, so there is no separation. And yet, in the work of Dr. Thomas Campbell, he appears to be using the sciences, appears to be using the sciences to say the same thing. In other words, the science of being is Advaita Vedanta, and it's mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita and described in the Vedic texts regarding beingness. So the nature of beingness, or the sciences of beingness, is described in the Bhagavad Gita. And if you check to see the contrast and the differences, you'll notice that in that particular literature that was conjured via the works of Dr. Thomas Campbell in his big theory of everything, there are similarities there. And the descriptions of that, they reach a certain point though. Now, when Dr. Thomas Campbell claims that he can have, or he can create or conjure and notice that his body mind is privy to other dimensions. In other words, out of body experiences, or out of body experiences at will. But see, there is that sense of a separate self, again, claiming that it has free will and choice. So that's why there is this sense that that's not it. In other words, that can't be happening. That's conjured. That idea that a body-mind can experience an out-of-body experience via free will and choice to do so is not what Advaita Vedanta is about. That's not what non-duality is about. Non-duality is simply about not two. So there cannot be the big theory of everything and then simply everything, which is empty fullness. You can't have two separate theories. And besides, empty fullness is not a theory. So, it's so obvious, it's so simple to notice and recognize that any conjured idea or literature that theorizes that there is a body-mind that believes in this idea of a big theory of everything, that it has figured out how to travel within what has been referred to as a larger consciousness system, and that everything is finite and it's not infinite. See, that's the difference, and that is how this particular body-mind collapsed that conjured self that it once thought it was a separate individual with its own body-mind, and that it claimed ownership of this body to call it my body. This is my body. That idea that this is my body is no longer there. That collapsed. It fell away. Now, there's simply the body-bodying. And the utterances, this speech, this body-mind using the English language to communicate to other body-minds is apparently appearing to be what's happening. That's as good an explanation as it's ever going to get. Because the English language, or any language that is uttered via a body-mind, is not all there is. It can simply be said that there's a body that is taking a language and communicating with other body minds because it had been conditioned to be this way. Now, it apparently appears as though there are memories, residual memories of that conjured self that had been conjured. It never really existed to begin with, of course, And yet there is this memory that conjured self is tapping into, if you will. It is tapping in to the mind of that body mind that had been so conditioned for so long, that had been self-convinced, via the self-conjured ideas and self-conjuring ideas of a sense of a separate self, that it had been alone, that it continues to, it had continued to be alone, however long a time had been timing that conjured self to think in terms of using that body mind as though that's what it was. The conjured self believes that it possesses and owns, with that false claim, that it owns its own body mind, and that its birth certificate is evidence and proof that it is a special, unique individual with its own birth name and birthright. That right there should cause, a body mind would assume the assumptions, if, let's say, there's still a conjured self there in that body mind, somehow, when I say there, how can it be still attached to that body mind to make these statements and say that, I can still recall what it felt like, and I can still recall the experiences that I thought were my own experiences when they were not. They were just simply experiences by or from a body mind, and that's it. Let's just say if you could put a human brain in a canine and then teach that canine how to speak and use the English language, teach it the alphabet of the English language, the ABCs, A through Z. Well, they say Z here in England and in Canada, but in America, we used to say Z. So, see, there's that conditioning that a body mind, although there was a collapse of a conjured self that is no longer there, is no longer supporting the idea that it is a separate self. It doesn't support the idea no longer. It can't go back. In other words, once the conjured self collapses, it realizes it never was an individual entity or that energetic movement, that belonged to the mental thought system. The mental thought system supported that idea via utilizing and jacking into and connecting to the brain, the mind of that body mind, to convince that particular manifestation or that separate appearance of a body mind, a human corporeal appearance that is obviously visibly observable in mirrors, that casts a reflection. If a body mind is animated, it is like a puppet moving about, it is being animated by an energetic movement. That energetic movement is a unit of local qualia consciousness energy. It's an energy form. It's a manifestation that's blending, and it's coalesce. It's binding, and it is mingling with the appearance of everything. Now, the appearance of everything is a layer that covers up all that is, an empty fullness, just as the body mind that is so labeled Jim Newman has been saying all along. Is simply what is being stated there. He's not saying it, it's simply being stated, obviously. There's the body mind, it's the male's body mind, Jim Newman. He's known by various groups of other body minds that are involved, that are apparently appearing. Thank you very much, Andreas. When I think of that phrase, apparent appearance, it's just what apparently appears to be happening. There's this conjuring of Andreas Müller, Germany. There's these more active, if you will, body minds that are apparently appearing to talk about or discuss and share information about this non-duality speech that's been going around. Advaitans, non-duality speech. And there are certain body minds that appear to be actively engaged in that, and they're writing books about it, and they are holding satsangs. Rupert Spiro, Paul Hederman, Jim Newman, Tony Parsons. Any body mind that happens to be involved with the well, there's still it has to be admitted, there's a seeking energy still going on there, isn't it? But that eventually calms down, or that eventually stops. But you notice there is still that habitual movement that's still going on. That body mind is so conditioned to, for so many years. See, time has been timing the apparent appearance of a conjured self that had been coinciding with a visibly observable manifestation of the human corporeal form for so many years of time timing that it had been conditioned to believe that it was an individual, and the reinforcement of individuality as a conjured self was supported for so many years via the societal structure. The societal structure promotes diversity, it promotes individuality, but the diversity of individuality is what a societal structure supports. And how does it do that? Well, look at the public school system. Look at the structure of a societal structure. Look at the structure of a societal structure. And notice how that coincides, of course, with the story of Earth. It's just another story. And yet, explaining it in this way, it begins to make sense. How does it make sense? Well, entertaining that idea of a collapse of a separate conjured self that was self-convinced that it had its own body that it could call its own, and say, this is my body, these are my hands, these are my arms, this body belongs to me. There is the conjured self of the me-ness, the isness of a me, or the I. I am. I know that I am because I think or I believe that I am here, and that here is a fixed position somewhere, that there are individual coordinates in space and time where I can be present. And that is how the mental thought system works on the idea of a conjured self, and keeps it locked into that way of thinking, that train of thought that orbits around what apparently appears to be the reflection of a head with a brain in it and a mind, and that body mind has its own certificate of authenticity, its birth certificate. It has a paper. When that body mind manifests and blends with everything that's appearing, and if we are to refer to the human race or the appearance of a body mind, then there is that idea of a separate sense of self that begins to be reinforced. And within the story of Earth, there's the human race, and that the human race and the human species apparently appears to possess importance, self-importance. If there is the idea of a conjured self, that conjured self has human rights. Where do the human rights come from? They begin at the very beginning when that body mind is claimed by the heads of the societal structures that are keeping it going. There's these conjured cells that conjure the idea of putting a societal structure together and then organizing laws. Laws to live by. Okay, so body-mind has this sense of individuality, and that is supported via how the societal structure is put together. There's a public school system. Immediately when there's the appearance of a newborn, body-mind, that is immediately given a name. And that name is stamped on a birth certificate. Now, what happens in the United States, there's what's called a Social Security number, and that Social Security number follows along with that body-mind for the rest of its life. How and why? Well, that supports the societal structure, and that's what keeps an economy going, and that's A leading to B, B leading to C, and so on and so forth. So the public school system, the purpose of that is to perpetuate the idea of a societal structure and how body minds are to interact with one another, because there is that sense of separation that begins about 18 months when the mind is developing of a body mind. When there's the development of a body mind that's developing, then it entertains the ideas that are supported via the body minds that are looking after that newborn manifestation of a human corporeal form. That's a newborn baby. So there's how the idea of being born into this reality frame, which is a dream. Therefore, it has been stated, and it can be stated, that the apparent appearance of a human corporeal form that is temporarily manifesting is appearing this way because that is how it has always been. Now, how can it be said that it has always been this way? Well, look at the duration. Any body mind can read the story of Earth, and within that story of Earth, the context of it regards the human race as a human race of life forms that are humanly corporeal in appearance, that have been around, when I say around, that have been appearing in space and time for centuries, for many, many years, for many centuries. How do we know that? Do we really know that? Okay, so that which is known by groups of body minds that have been part of that societal structure and have a memory that they were taught the story of Earth. The story of Earth is taught. It's learned. So there is how it all starts, isn't it? That's how the conjured self is supported so much. A conjured self gets all kinds of support, doesn't it? And still, to this very day, even now, as time is continuing to churn out appearances of more new infants, new body minds that are apparently appearing to be born. And it's just incredible. It's just amazing how it apparently appears to be happening. Within the story of Earth is perpetuating the appearance and manifestation of more human corporeal forms. Just as there are more continuations of various species of life forms, and that also have a certain degree of time. Time's going to be timing the apparent appearance of various life forms, and the gauge of that appearance is time. Time apparently appears to be the gauge by which is used to define and label and say, well, we can gauge and we know by studying and examining various types of animals, and we define them and call them various names, labels, categories, and see through that categorization promoted the sense of separation. It's not wrong. It's not a wrong or right. It's just part of duality. Duality had a beginning, but yet within everything there is only non-duality, and that's a fact. And yet what is apparently appearing to accompany that is duality. But duality is also considered to be part of that which is separation, or that which is relegated to a sense of a separate self. That is saying, well, there's the appearance of everything, and then there is that which I label and call something else. Immediately, there's the conjuring of a conjured self that is taking other thoughts. It is not simplifying it to the ordinariness of non-duality that simply states the fact that there's not two, there is no separation. And if there's no separation, then there is no separate me to claim, to take false claims, and to say that they're true claims. And to say that they're true claims simply because it is being observed that manifestation, although temporal, temporary, is a body-mind that's claiming that it knows and that it needs to do. It needs to do something. It needs to be engaged in an activity that supports individuality. And what supports individuality is societal structure. It's as though there's no escape. It is very similar to the story of Matrix. Because remember, there was these machines that were taking the bodies and placing them into these vats, these containers, and using fluid, and then using the energy as a way to keep them going, as a battery, like into a battery. Of course, that's a conjured idea, but it's not too far-fetched to place that concept and idea, and also the holographic universe. Thank you very much, Michael Talbot. Talbot, by the way, the author of that book, Holographic Universe. I remember reading that back in the 90s when it first came out. But there's the memory of information that's stored. It's apparently appearing as though there's still this storage and access to information somehow that the conjured self used and accessed as well. But when that conjured self of a body-mind collapses and there's no more claiming of that body-mind, then that sense of a separate self is no longer there, and there's just simply a body-mind. And there's simply a body-mind that's blending with everything. Everything that appears. Everything that's an appearance of things is accompanied with the appearance of the human corporeal form that apparently appears to be animated. Once there is that energy that somehow perpetuates the appearance of everything. So that empty fullness energy and the human corporeal manifestation of units of local quality conscious energy forms that are human and corporeal, and time is timing the appearance of everything to appear as it does. There apparently appears to be a blending of that. A blending of not only just things and items that were once relegated as separate, but that is no longer the case. It never was that way, in other words. But to a conjured self, there are still separate things. To the conjured self that is still apparently appearing to occupy a body-mind, and that body-mind is being claimed by an entity, some type of force. can simply call it a unit of local quality of conscious energy that's conjured via the mental thought system. The mental thought system is likened to time and the apparent appearance of everything. Along with that, there's this mingling, energetic movement of time and the appearances, as though there's a layer of manifestation which is impermanence. That is described in the Bhagavad Gita. That was described thousands of years ago. And so, a body mind is either going to promote that and say, well, that's it, that's just a fact. And this appearance that is casting a reflection in a mirror and appears to be alive, and that it is aliveness, apparently appearing as a live human being, a human corporeal being, but not really separate, but just part of everything else that's appearing. So everything that's appearing is not something else separate. It is part of everything that's appearing. So, that is why the English language is used in such a way to say there's bodying, and that a separate object is not really a separate thing. It is no thing. And then this could be anything. That's why it has been stated that just because there's a hand that picks up an object and calls it something does not make that so. It doesn't make it so. Just because a body mind has been conditioned to once believe and say, oh, well, this is a comb. No, it's only a comb to a conjured self that believes that. See, because a conjured self is going to still believe and support a sense of a separate self. Because that is how those type of thoughts are conjured. That is the dream. So, the conjured self is the dreamings of the dream that it supports for itself. And that's how a conjured self supports the perpetuation of the idea that it is special and it's unique, and that it has its own body mind to claim via its own free will and choice to do so. And then to live out the life that it so chooses to live. But there's just life, but not to the conjured self. The conjured self says, no, there's my life, and there's your life. See, that's how conjured selves gather together and support that idea of a sense of a separate self. They gather together and say, okay, I have my body mind. What do you do with your body mind? Well, this is what I do with this body mind. And so this body mind has a story. I can tell you the story of this body mind. And it has its own name. It has its own ownership. It claims ownership of things and items and separate stuff. And then there it is, orbiting, the conscious self orbiting the mind. The mental thought system is supporting that. And it just continues on and on that way. And that's why there is no one particular process of the falling away of a conjured self. The collapse of a conjured self can apparently appear to happen in one of innumerable ways. There's that infinitudinal complexification again. That infinitudinal complexification applies to all manifestation. All manifestation that can be identified as though there are separate things within it, within everything that's appearing as everything does. Empty fullness is everything appearing as it does, of its own accord and volition, ad infinitum. And then the conjured self comes along and says, no, wait a minute. I know that I am. How do I know that? Because I have this idea and thought that this is a claim of my own body, because I have free will and choice to say that this is my body, and that I have a name, and I have a story to tell, and it's important to me. So that's how the conjured self strengthens that idea of separateness, of a separate sense of self, by supporting the idea of separateness. And it doesn't see anything wrong with it. Not at all. So there's the conundrum. Either that conjured self remains accompanied with that body mind that it believes its own, and it will continue to exist that way. That sense of a separate self, that conjured self, can continue to live out however long the indeterminate duration of time, of space and time, because it is. It's indeterminate. Nobody can predict. They can get close based on the habits of that body mind and how it treats itself. That body mind treats it via an instinctive conditioning, just as animals simply live. They apparently appear to live out in the wild because that's an instinctive in its nature to live a certain way. Well, we can't get into that in great detail, but the body mind can comprehend information to some degree. But then there's the conjured self that is already set in its own ways. Now, when I say set in its own ways, the conjured self has supported the idea without considering, entertaining a thought outside of that it remains. It remains dumbfounded, and it remains as though it feels lost and separate, and that aloneness, that feeling of isolation and aloneness that also can get to so strong to that degree that could cause that conjured self to feel so desperate and alone that it wants to end. It's the life of that body mind. So it tries to figure out a way to commit suicide, and that's those suicidal thoughts stem from a conjured self that believes so strongly in a sense of separation. That is the heart of depression. The heart of depression and a sense of a separation is a conjured self that is so convoluted, it is so infected by a sense of a separate self. It is so strongly endowed with that energy that the mental thought system inundates that body mind to conjure the idea that it is desperate, it is so alone, and it takes that idea, and then does it matter? Then that conjured self believes that by escaping, by taking the life of that body mind, that it can find relief, finally find relief. But then nobody knows what happens, though. What happens if a conjured self is successful at doing that, taking the life of the body mind that it believes to be its own, and then it's no longer visibly observable in mirrors, it's no longer animated, no longer contains that energetic movement of non-local quality conscious energy to apparently appear blended with the impermanence of in space and time is time and the appearance of everything, which includes the human corporeal appearances of energetic movements of non-local quality consciousness manifesting a unit of human corporeal energy. So it's local in the sense that space and time is manifesting everything to appear as it does. And so what's blended with that, what's included with that, is the appearance of life forms, the human corporeal one, and all the other kingdoms, the animal kingdom, the oceanic life forms, and everything else that's visibly observable and casts a reflection in a mirror. And there's the appearance of movement. There's the appearance of energetic movements, as though these are separate happenings. But there is no separate happening for and by an individual body-mind. No, everything is appearing as though there are separate body-minds, but they are not separate in that sense as they are witnessed via the conjured self. The conjured self is conjured as though there's an individual being, entity, claiming that it owns a body-mind. And then there, again, claims it has its own birth name, has its own birthright, ancestral lineage, and then the societal structure supports the idea of individuality and says a human has rights, a human rights, and that all of these things that are conjured to support the sense of a separate self are continuing to be perpetuated even now, and it will continue to be that way because that is the story of Earth. So the story of Earth contains within it the story of the human race, the story of the human species. So all of these various versions of that story are told via a conjured self. And that's how it's perpetuated. The sense of a separate self is perpetuated via the societal structure and everything else that is witnessed. It is as though it's a trap, but it's not purpose. It appears to be as though it was done on purpose via an elite group of body minds that were power hungry and thought, okay, we are in government, we are going to govern all these other body minds, and we're going to perpetuate the idea that they have to go to school, they must go to school, we'll make it a law that if they're caught not going to school, then we will be sure that they do comply. And the compliance of the societal structure's laws that are governed by certain governing body minds. And then there's government that are promoting this idea that works, that has been working, and it works for them, but in ways that are more kind of the appearance of privilege. There's the appearance of privilege that this idea of having and possessing is better than not possessing anything. But then that's the conjuring. See, that's the support of a separate sense of self again. See, so it could go both ways. So then there's this line of understanding and a line of realization. There's this line of awareness that everything is and it isn't not. Everything is knowable and it's unknowable. It's real and it's unreal. It's observable and it's unobservable. That which is relegated to the unknowable, there's the knowable and unknowable. That which is relegated to unknowable could, and it apparently appears to happen where a portion of that which was once unknowable becomes knowable. How that happens, nobody knows. Nobody can say. And if it is said by somebody, then it becomes what? It becomes a new idea from and by another conjured self. A conjured self that claims it is a separate, unique, special individual that discovered part of what was once relegated to be unknowable. It is now discovered to be knowable, and this new discovery of that which was once relegated to be unknowable becomes knowable. And that could be almost any kind of thought that was entertained. And how can that be kept track? I mean, how can groups of conjured selves claim a thought and claim a discovery of an invention? The invention of a new manifestation or a reorganization of that which apparently appears to manifest as it does, and that it is called a new invention. So, the art of invention. Inventing what? inventing a new idea, a new thought that had not been considered before, perhaps. Where does the new thought come from? The mental thought system conjures all types of thoughts. And if a new thought is thought to be new, it is only new to the conjured self. It is just a thought. But when it calls it new, then it perceives. Then there's the perception that comes along, and that perception is part of the conjured self's support of a separate sense of self. So, that is why it is said that whatever can be perceived is not what's perceiving. In other words, the body-mind that entertains a thought is not what you are, because you're not the body-mind. See, here comes the paradoxes again. There's another paradox, see. The conjured self, though, is convinced that it is that body-mind, that it is inside the body-mind, as though the body-mind is a container similar to a car, and that conjured self is the driver of the car. So it goes into the car, gets behind the wheel, and starts cruising around, and that is the life of a body-mind. Oh, there's so many different kinds of metaphors to use, euphemisms and things like that. Yeah, let's look into another satsang, shall we? Okay.
The other. Yeah, whatever the other is. The other has been the bane of my career. It would have been better if I just...
It's funny how he says that, though. Paul Hederman is saying, the bane of my career. See, that's the conundrum. Not being a non-duality Pharisee here, Paul, when I say this, okay? No offense, Paul, but you just said the bane of your career. But nobody has a career. The moment someone claims they have a career, then they have to go along with all the other accompanied ideas that support that. My career, you say in one breath that there's my money. I want you to have plenty of money, but I don't want you to have any of my money, and that it's my health, but that's not what's happening. So yeah, granted, you're saying that, and many of your satsangs you do say this. You say that there's this my, and that promotes a sense of a separate self, the selfing. That's what the selfing is. But the beginning of this recording of this satsang, you started out by saying the bane of my career. Yeah, but you don't have a career. I don't have a career. But the body minds do get involved in careers. There's the apparent appearance of activity the body minds are engaged in, but you see, that promotes a separate sense of a self, does it not? But the body mind can be engaged, apparently appear to be engaged in a particular field of study. And so it says, well, this field of study is my career. So you see how that sense of a separate self and the selfing can be promoted whenever the my is used. And by saying mine, then there's the claiming. And that's false. And then there is no longer admittance that there's no longer admittance that there is that there's not a conscious self still there. In other words, if I'm still using the English language to say, well, this is my life I'm living, and my name is, such and such, and I know my name is that because I have a birth certificate. I can reach for the birth certificate and I know that where that paper is, and I know where my visa is, and that type of thing. You know, these visas, when you go to another country, you better have a visa or some form of identification. This body mind had to go and acquire an indefinite leave to remain visa. A permanent residence card. You know, and if you don't have that, then that body mind is living illegally in a different country. See, I'm not a British citizen. I wasn't born here in the United Kingdom. I was born in the United States, but I have my visa, and I went through the proper channels. See? And admittedly so. But yet, still, looking back at it, looking back upon this body mind, that I was convinced. Yes, and the audience, there may be other body minds that are viewing this and utilizing the brain, the mind, and possess this conjured self, this entity. It's as though it is, as Paul has put it before, a parasite. It is as though it's some other type of entity that's claiming that body mind and then conjuring the idea that you're a separate self and that you have identification papers to prove that. You have a birth certificate to prove it. Or if you're in a foreign country, you have your visa, you know, and that type of thing. So that's what supports a separate sense of self. Now, if non-duality is a fact, and that fact is not two, then once that sense of a separate self, that conjured self, collapses, and there is no longer this sense of a separate self within a body mind, what it thought was there, is not really anywhere. It's that now the reflection in the mirror of a human corporeal form is just that is blending with everything else that's appearing. It's apparently appeared to be everything. Everything that's apparently appearing to be everything is mingling. It's mingling and jostling about in energetic movements. It's all a blend. It's all the absolute. It is all the empty fullness of everything appearing as everything does. There's no longer a separation. There never was separation. The idea of separation that was supported via a conjured self that thought to be a separate living entity that claimed and owned via its own free will and choice, that it supported. It was self-conjured, and so it developed within the brain, the mind of a body mind, as though there was an individual, that sense of a separate self. When that is no longer there, this is simply the appearance of a body mind. Nothing more, nothing less. This is simply blending with all that is. All that is and all that is not empty fullness. Everything that appears as everything does, of its own accord and volition. Therefore, there is a sense, it's almost like a sense of almost like a surrender. You still grappling with the words, as though there's an I still here, as though there's a me still here that wants to state that and say that I still feel as though I feel. But how can I feel? See, so if there is still a conjured self there, it will speak that way. It will say, well, wait a minute, I feel and I think. No, there's simply feeling and there's simply thought. See, that is when the sense of a separate self collapses, there is no longer the claiming of thoughts and feelings. Thoughts and feelings are no longer claimed when there's a collapse of a separate sense of self. That's what happens. yet, everything continues to appear and manifest. You can still see it's just the same visual field. Now, the appearance of change. The appearance of change apparently appears to be introduced via nature, the environment. There's an environment, and the story of Earth has evidence of that. And yet there is still that sensation of being in a certain coordinate of space and time, in space and time. And yet at the same time, we, as non-local quality of conscious energy fields, although we're manifesting a unit of local quality of consciousness energy form, simply because there's still part of the aliveness of alive, the awareness of being aware, the aliveness of being alive, the isness of being blended with the appearance of everything as empty fullness, as the absolute, and that the appearance of change is based on that which is going to appear of its own accord and volition, that is relegated to nature and the natural energetic movements of the planet. The planet, Earth, has a story to tell, and that story is told via body minds. So body minds, such as historians, that's their field of study. That's what they focus on, the history of the Earth. History, that's his story. But the Earth is not a him or a her, although it has been mentioned by certain groups of body minds regarding Gaia as a creative force, as a female energetic movement. Gaia, Earth, Mother Earth, is a female type of yielding, supporting life, which is how the idea of the creation stories were developed. In that, see, the Earth, the story of Earth can be told in so many different ways. There's the Gaia principle. It's about the creation of the planet Earth, and that there are forces greater that we do not understand, and that's relegated to empty fullness and to whatever force that could be, but we don't understand. A body mind can't comprehend that. And the reason, meaning, and purpose, to say that there is no meaning, reason, and purpose, that kind of statement is, if you think about it, if a body mind is to consider that idea and entertain that idea, how can that be validated? That's not knowable. It cannot be stated to say that that this planet is not a living thing. This planet itself, since it harbors living things upon its surface, and then we look at the human corporeal form, we examine that, and there are living things on our skin. When I say our skin, there are living things, there are microorganisms, and within it as well. Well, within the planet Earth, there are living things in the ground. There are insects, there are all kinds of life forms, there's microbial, there's bacteria in the air, and all types of different there's an infinitesimal array of life forms, from the macro all the way from the microbial life forms, or microorganisms, from the micro all the way to the macro, and everything in between, and all the different kingdoms, the aquatic creatures, the land dwellers, the animal kingdom, the insect kingdom, the plant kingdom. There's plants, microbial, and so this infinitesimal array of life that is supported via the macro realm, which of course is the earth, and that apparently appears to be a living thing of itself. The earth may actually be a force, a living entity of itself, a force. And the Native Americans, of course, have entertained this idea for many, many years. There's certain tribes, and what we refer to the United States. In the States, particularly still in the areas of Arizona and New Mexico, there's the Hopi Indians, and there's certain tribes in Mexico, the Sierra Mountains of the Anasazi. There's different tribes of American Indians, and they're just called that, and they're just a type of a people that are highly spiritual. And when I say they're highly spiritual, they entertain these beliefs, these ideas, and it has worked for them. It somehow works, and it does. I'm not sure how, or how that idea of a creation story was conjured and who came up with it. It doesn't really matter if there was a certain name of a certain body mind that can be recognized and say, well, since they wrote a certain particular type of story, then their name should be recognized and acknowledged, and then they should get a Nobel Prize and that kind of thing. Well, see, that again, that's really supporting individuality, and that's supporting separateness, and that's supporting the separate sense of self, and there it goes off again. There it goes off into that separation again, which is not the way that it is. It apparently appears to be that way, but only to a sense of a separate self, a conjured self. We'll think in terms of that. And a conjured self can apparently appear to live out so many years of timing appearance of a body.
Well, what's one to do? You just have to respond to what happens. So, in AA, and everyone is, you could do the 12 steps, and instead of drinking, you could put thinking in it,
What else is there to do? What else is there for one to do? Yeah, Paul Henry just said, whatever's happening, what else is there for one to do? Well, there's the apparent appearance of doing. There's the apparent appearance of a body mind that's alive. And that body mind wants to live. It wants to exist. Its instinctive nature is to survive. And so that's how the idea of a separate sense of self is promoted. The idea of a separate sense of self is perpetuated that way. But it's this phrase, traveling lighter, that Paul uses in the majority of his satsangs he's held and recorded through the years on YouTube, refers to the self-selfing and then traveling lighter. So this phrase, traveling lighter, that has been interpreted to refer to the sensation or an awareness of aliveness, an awareness of being alive. there is this sense of being alive, although a sense of a separate self can collapse, and it can be recognized that there is no longer a separate entity, a conjured self, that there's just the appearance of a body-mind casting a reflection in a mirror, but it's animated. It apparently appears to be moving, but it's blended with everything, and yet it apparently appears to be an alive, separate being, but it's not separate. See, that's the paradox. There's the appearance as though there's this body-mind that's carrying on, but it no longer has the support of a conjured self to say that it is separate, but that it has always been alive, aware, to being aware, and the sense of presence, as though there's some type of suspension, although it is admitted that it's a temporary temporal impermanence of a suspension of an appearance of a human corporeal local unit of qualia consciousness energy form, and that is temporary, and is temporally temporary because of timing, the apparent appearance of everything. And so there's a blending. It's always been blended, just as an appearance, and that's it. It's an appearance of a human corporeal body-mind. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. And yet, if there is a sense of a separate self that is claiming that it is separate, then it's going to conjure and entertain the ideas of separation and anything that supports separation, which is labeling, which is defining, names, categorizing, naming, and everything that it will name as a separate something, as a separate thing, will take separate ideas and concepts of subjectivity and objectivity, objects, and will take subjects about objects, and that it will turn that into something important, into a thing of importance for and by a separate individual, separate self. Self-importance of what? Of things that it can claim, of belongings. And there's that sense of belonging that's not, it's not required, it's not needed. There's no desire required, no needs. Oh yes, there are definitely wants, but the necessities are taken care of. They're naturally taken care of instinctively. The body-mind continues to hunger. It gets hunger. It needs to consume. It needs to eat food for nutrition to keep that body-mind going. Apparently appearing that way. But it's been that way all along, ever since it appeared as a newborn, an infant. And the basic necessities to carry on the appearance, to sustain the life of that body-mind is instinctively so. And yet, it apparently appears as though activities are necessary, the doing, and then knowing and understanding about that knowledge, that knowing of the doing, that would eventually be necessary. In order to do what? In order to learn how to do what? Learn how to survive. But this survival instinct that apparently appears accompanying body minds, what is that? That is still as though there's a sense of an entity that's there. There's some type of energy. There's still energy that's animating. That energy field is animating the appearance of the manifestation of a human corporeal form. That cannot be denied. How can that be denied? When it apparently appears to be what's happening.
powerless over thinking, and it's made my life unmanageable. You could just use that. And usually in most recovery.
And Paul just said right there, has made my life unmanageable. Well, yeah. Now, does a life require management? A management team, a management force of some type? Well, apparently that's the implication there when that is stated. That, and yeah, Paul has stated that in most of his satsangs, he has stated that before. I am not managerial quality. But that is stemming from the AA program, Alcoholics Anonymous. And there's a book about that. And Paul has admitted that. He has stated that via AA, the Alcoholics Anonymous program, that came across this non-duality message, the message of Advaita Vedanta. Now, that is not coincidentally stumbled upon, by the way. For a body-mind to encounter, especially if that body-mind had accompanied with it a seeking energy, a seeking energetic movement, very, very strong in this body-mind, admittedly so. Before, not too long ago, before the collapse of a separate sense of self, that collapsed. That is no longer, it's no longer sense. There's not a sense of a separate self that can be apprehended anymore. And yet, in this body-mind, in this mind of the body-mind, pointing to the brain, because it apparently appears to be an area in space and time that can be pointed to, because this human corporeal form is manifesting this human corporeal form via non-local quality conscious, a non-local quality conscious energy field. So the essence of a body-mind is non-local quality conscious energy. It's not a separate energy field. It is part of everything that is unknowable. It's part of everything that is unobservable. It's part of everything that is unreal. But the paradoxical extraordinariness is that it's not exclusively unreal, it's not exclusively unknowable, and it's not exclusively unobservable. For there is also that which is real, and that which is relegated to that which is observable, and that which is knowable. And yet it is both. It has always been both. See, that's the paradox. How can anything be both real and unreal? How can anything be both observable and unobservable? How can anything be knowable and unknowable all at the same time? But there it is. That's everything. Nothing, no thing is left out, or no thing else is added to everything, just as it is, just as it appears to be, just as it is arising, as simply this. Can't go any further than that, because how that is and why that is, there is no why, there is no how. Because there is nobody that knows that. Nobody knows how and why. Nobody ever will know how and why. Nobody can know how and why. how and why ever it becomes knowable, well, that would certainly apparently appear to change everything now, wouldn't it? Body mind just has to shake its head and go, damn. Oh man.
Groups. I don't know about, only know about San Francisco, but the obsession with self and the idea of self to most people is this idea of an ego. That's not my idea of it. Yeah, because if you ever listen to people share about ego, they say my ego, or I have an ego, or I lost an ego. I'm more interested in that sense of who has or loses an ego.
Now, you said I'm more interested. But see, the I am of interest is not what non-duality is about either. Non-duality is about no interest of anything required. In other words, nobody needs to be somebody that holds interest in an interpretation about non-duality. So there can be a non-duality speaker that speaks in both ways, stating that I am somebody that experiences life via a body-mind. However, the difference between a separate sense of self However, the difference between a separate sense of self and the collapse of a conjured self is that there's the recognition that there is no separate conjured self that is supporting beliefs and in possession of knowledge and knowing how and why anything apparently appears to be so. Therefore, to claim interest in anything is not the collapse of a conjured self. There is still a conjured self there saying, well, this is my take on non-duality, and that's my take because there is no longer interest in things that are spiritual. By making a statement like that, there is still a sense of a self that can claim that they are saying that and that they are thinking in that way. Therefore, it is admitted that although self cannot get out of self, and that has been stated many, many times in many of Paul's sayings, and I say Paul because that is the birth name of that body-mind that we are examining in these particular sayings that body-mind has been involved with for the last couple of decades now, and going back to Paul Hitterman's older and programs going even further back when his appearance changed, and of course the body-mind's appearance changes through the timing the appearance of everything as it appears. There's entropy. There's the entropy as a reduction of energetic movements of aliveness. There's a greater intensity of energy coursing through, apparently appearing to course through a body-mind, the appearance of a body-mind, when it appears to be more useful, more energetic, and more useful, more active. And the reason that is, apparently so, is because a newborn has yet to spend, I don't want to use the word spend, has yet to apparently appear as an energetic movement or as the non-local quality of consciousness energy field that has been referred to as a soul, the essence of that apparent appearance of a human corporeal form that apparently appears to be born into this dream reality, or this reality frame, apparently so. It is quite strong and vibrant because it has yet to go through a reduction of entropy of its energy field. The energy field that manifests the human corporeal local unit of quality conscious energy form is local in the sense that it's temporal. It is temporal and is temporary in its part and mingling with impermanence. Impermanence of change. The impermanence of change is mingling as time is timing. Time is timing the appearance of everything that appears as everything does. And that continues on. It apparently appears to be a continuation. It's just the appearance as though there's a continuation of time timing the appearance of everything. And then there is this cognizance, there is this unit of local quality and conscious energy that begins to develop in the presence or in the appearance or blending with the appearance of a body-mind that appears. And so there's those energetic movements that are going on. And this has been described in the sciences, mainly in metaphysics.
That's the bondage point, yes? Yeah, so because if you have an ego, it's there, and if you lose an ego, it's there. The feeling of the one who had the ego is the same one seemingly that loses the ego, yeah? So this whole thing of going from this to that to this to that doesn't go anywhere. Because if you feel like you got out of the ego, you also feel like you can go back into the ego. So there's no peace, there's no stabilization. But before that sense of being the one who has and loses, the sense of being the one, that to me is the self, the idea of a self. But there isn't a self, but there's selfing. Yeah, so the mental, you want to turn it on?
It's on.
Oh, it is, sorry. If you see, to me, everything is verbing, yeah? The whole thing is verbing. And the mental state likes to put nouns in there, but to me, it's all verbing. So the activity of the mental state is in the act of being identified as a self. So it isn't like a verb to, it's not like the act of being identified as is the verb and then self is the noun. It's a whole verb, yeah? So the self is derived from the selfing. The self isn't selfing. The selfing implies the self, yeah? We had it here with Randy, a friend of ours, who came here last time I was at the house. And he was talking, and he's heard us a lot, so he said, let's call the selfing Paul, yeah? Pauling. So he goes, on a bad day, how much is Paul pauling? You know, is he pauling like 80%, 90%? If it's a good day, is he, pauling 10%? So his assumption was there was a Paul that was either pauling or not pauling. But really, the Paul gets implied by the claiming of the selfing or the pauling, yeah? Mm-hmm. But once it works, it immediately is presupposed to be before the selfing, and then it believes it's the one doing it or being done to by it. That's the whole message. Yeah? It's like watching the same film that's being narrated all day, but seeing it with a little different time lapse. Yeah, and then you'll see that that which comes after, yeah, which is the idea of being the doer. It comes after the doing. Yeah, the idea of being the seer comes after the seeing. The idea of being the hearer comes after the hearing. So there's hearing, and then a mental state reacts to that hearing and implies there's a hearer. Yeah? So the hearing happens, consciousness is happening, conscious contact, seeing, hearing, feeling, tasting, touching. Every one of us has been in it all day. It's the basis of our lives here, seemingly. And there's no thought or effort involved in it. You're not efforting to see, are you? Your eyes are open. If you're pointed in a certain direction, you're going to see whatever's there.
So, Paul just said it there. The mental thought system interferes with that realization that does not support the conjured self. The conjured self is based on the implications of a mental thought system that uses the mind of the body-mind that is prone or susceptible to selfing. And he refers to selfing, of course. The selfing refers to how the mental thought system uses the mind of a body-mind and conjures up the idea of a separate sense of a self that is simply thoughts that are reinforced and superimposed as presuppositions of a conjured self. So these presuppositions that get before the thinker of a thought, and the mental thought system takes that thinker of the thought and conjures up the idea that that thinker is that conjured self as a separate individual self that can self-sustain and utilize free will and choice. It is borrowing, in a sense, the body-mind is borrowing the mental thought system's idea of free will and choice, as though there is a separate entity as a conjured self that is conjured via the mental thought system, that conjures the idea that that body-mind is a separate individual entity, and that it's special and has free will and choice to live out its life the way it wants to, and it can self-identify with every single thought that is thrown at it via the mental thought system. So it's a vicious circle. It's kind of like a cycle that happens once there's the idea that the mind of a body-mind entertains, and then the mental thought system uses the mind of that body-mind, claims it as its own, as an addition to its own, and it does this to every single body-mind on the planet. There's this mental thought system. You can picture it as a matrix, as those machines, like in the Matrix, those machines that would capture the bodies and then use its energy as batteries. Well, in a sense, using that metaphor, using that idea, that the machines are a representation of the mental thought system. The mental thought system is that machine, or those machines, that it conjures up these ideas of a separate sense of self, and it uses the mind of a body-mind to perpetuate and conjure up this idea. See, this is how the dreamings are conjured and developed as well. The mental thought system provides the fuel, if you will, or provides the thoughts, provides the energy and the entertainment of thoughts. It is one of the most strongest, if not the strongest, of course, motivating principles of energy, that mental thought system, to take that mind of a body mind and use it as a representation of a conjured self. It conjures up a dream reality. In other words, it turns that body mind into an avatar. It turns it into an avatar, turns it into a fictitious character. And that idea of a fictitious character is supported and reinforced via other conjured selves that had already been worked on for many, many years, that turn out to be the parental figures of that newborn baby. That newborn baby is going to be immediately seized by the mental thought system via the societal structure that's already been in place. That societal structure that's already been in place supports the idea of individuality and diversity. It supports that. So there really is no escape. The body-mind will be imprisoned, so to speak. Really, there's no liberation, there's no freedom until the freedom and the liberation's already there in the innocence. We call it innocence, of course, because a newborn baby, a body-mind, contains that energetic movement of non-local quasi-conscious energy, by the way, which is timeless. That's that soul essence. It's timeless. It's not relegated. It's not of space and time. It is beyond that. It is infinitudinally complexified to continue to manifest and exist ad infinitum, because it is mingling the essence of a body-mind that appears as a human corporeal form, along with all other life forms that appear as they do. But it apparently appears as though the human corporeal form, life form, that appears as a life form, as though it's a separate individual life form, when it's simply a unit of local quasi-conscious energy form that is, in a sense, attached to it's not really an attachment, but it's a mingling with non-local quality consciousness energy fields. A non-local quality consciousness energy field manifests, projects, as though it's a holographic image superimposed with everything that's appearing as empty fullness. Everything that appears as empty fullness, which is everything that appears as time is time, the appearance of everything to appear as it does. And as it's appearing that way, this includes the human corporeal local unit of quality conscious energy form. It's manifesting how? As time is time in the appearance of everything to appear. It's time, it is temporal, and it's temporary as well. It's a temporary, energetic movement. It is temporary because it can only project so much energy for so long an indefinite duration in space and time. Although the source of that human corporeal form originates with everything. In other words, it's mingling. The non-local quality consciousness outside of beyond time, beyond space and time, is everything. It is mingling. Always mingling and coalesced and mixed. It's a mixture, just like milk and water. You can't separate the milk from the water. It is mingling with it. The same is with this energetic movement of a human corporeal manifestation. Although it's temporally in space and time, temporarily manifesting, but it can only manifest for an indeterminate duration in space and time. Even though, although that non-local quality of consciousness energy field is part of everything that is infinitudinal, that it is part of the infinite. It is beyond space and time. And it always will be. Now, there are these thoughts and ideas that are entertained that each unit of local quality of consciousness energy form is relegated to a particular frequency of radiance of that non-local quality consciousness energy field. The non-local quality consciousness energy field is radiating a certain degree of intensity of energy. It is radiating like into a light bulb that has an intensity of brilliance to a certain wattage. Now, using this as an example, as one of the best examples that this body mind can conjure right now, can come up with, but that is apparently appearing to be a euphemism or a metaphor to make a feeble attempt to describe how it apparently appears to be happening, whereby there's this non-local quality consciousness energy field that is what every human corporeal manifestation is comprised of. In other words, that is the energy source, which is part of the absolute, is part of everything. It is part of the empty fullness. Now, it is only apparently appearing to be manifesting because of timing, the appearances of everything. The appearances of everything is also the impermanence of everything appearing as it does. It is impermanently so because of timing. If it wasn't for timing, then there would simply be non-local quality consciousness energy fields continuing to just simply mingle with everything that appears as it does. Now, the human corporeal form temporarily manifests and appears as it does because of timing the appearance of everything that appears as it does. And the appearance and manifestation within the impermanence of everything that's appearing, as time is timing the appearance of everything, impermanently so, temporarily, these manifestations of these energy fields are appearing in accordance to various frequencies of resonance. These manifestations are manifesting within the impermanence of time and the appearance of an infinitesimal array of complexified units of local quality consciousness energy forms. Not just the human corporeal ones, but also all of the other manifestations of energy fields that are radiating temporary manifestations. And then there is the witness of the appearance of everything. The appearances of everything are based on timing. The appearance of these manifestations, although they are in space and time, and although they are temporal, and although they are temporary, and although they are part of the impermanence of everything, and the impermanence is temporary, and although there's an indeterminate duration in space and time that these manifestations will be appearing because of timing, that apparently appears to be what's happening. That apparently appears to be what's happening. And that is the basis of non-duality. Non-duality is a fact that simply means not two. And if there is not two of anything, that means everything that's visibly observable is whole, complete, and perfect, just as it appears to arise as it does, as simply this. That's why such words are simplified, and the ordinariness of that which is relegated to ordinarily appearing as appearances do, as the arise of their own accord and volition. So empty fullness is all that is and all that is not empty fullness, apparently appearing as what is and what is not empty fullness, both real and unreal, observable and unobservable, knowable and unknowable, for nobody, for no particular reason, meaning, and purpose other than of its own accord and volition. Now, that accord and volition of its own is unknowable, and it will always be unknowable. Because nobody can describe that which is unknowable, that which is unobservable, that which is unreal. It is relegated to that which is unreal. And yet, paradoxically so, it is also not exclusively unreal and exclusively unobservable and exclusively unknowable. Therefore, it can be said that that which is considered unknowable is not always unknowable. It can, a part of that which was once unknowable can become knowable, and that what was once knowable can hop over into that which is unknowable. But the portions and what exactly is hopping over and switching over to the unknowable side or the knowable side is unknowable to anybody. Why is it unknowable to anybody? Because that which is knowable, that which is visible, that which is relegated to what is apparently appearing to be real, observable, and knowable, is not exclusively that. So there's another paradox. It's not, everything is not exclusively real. It's not exclusively, that's why there isn't anything that's physically solid and separate. Because it is both. It both apparently appears to be physically solid, temporarily, because of space and timing, the apparent appearance of as though they're separate items. And when a comb is picked up by a hand, the conjured self calls it that. It defines it that separation. And that's not what everything is. Everything is not separate things. Although everything is the appearance and content, there's the content, the apparent appearance of content of separate things within the apparent appearances of everything, as time in the appearance of everything. Within everything, there is the idea or the thought of subjectivity and objectivity, of objects and subjects behind the objects, subjects about the objects that are conjured via the mental thought system as though there are separate things. So there's the separation that is conjured. The idea of separate things is conjured via the mental thought system that also implies that there are separate conjured cells within separate body minds that are appearing as though they're separate when they're not. They're both. Oh, that the paradoxes are so difficult to try to explain, and this is the conundrum. It's not a problem, but the essence of the message of non-duality and Advaita is very difficult to convey, especially to the conjured self that believes it is a separate living entity and that it is a separate self within its own body mind that it's claiming as its own and calling it my body. Now, if there is a body mind that is facilitating the sight of that body mind, and if there's a conjured self there, that conjured self is still going to believe that it is a separate individual entity that possesses and has the claim, the proclamations, the self-conjured proclamations via the mental thought system that it has a name, has a birth name, it has a birthright, and it's an individual entity. and that it truly believes and is self-conjured so convincingly so. The mental thought system has convinced the mind of that body mind that it truly is a representation as an individual entity. But that is fueled, that idea is fueled via the mental thought system, has plenty of energy to disperse for all the billions of body minds on this planet Earth. And this is the story of Earth that is being told in this way. So there's a body mind that has his story, and a female body mind has her story. So there's history and herstory. The history of a male body mind is history, and her story, his story, her story. You see the play of words. It's obvious, isn't it? It may not have been entertained before. It may not have been conjured or shared in this way. This is one of infinitudinal ways to describe and to share the message about non-duality. An interpretation of it, if you will. Now, is this interpretation conjured? Of course it is, because there's a body mind that's stating that. But it only appears to be a separate body mind. See, there's the conundrum. There's the catch. Just as self cannot get out of self, yet the conjured self apparently appears as though it has collapsed and is no longer conjured via the mental thought system. In other words, that mind of that particular body mind is no longer entertaining the idea that it is separate, but that it is part of everything else. Of everything, in fact. It is part of the absolute. It is no longer trying to find what it thought it was missing. It thought it was missing information it needed to find. That's why it was seeking so much information. That's why it was attending so many spiritual retreats, and it was that body mind was purchasing and going to psychic fairs, UFO and psychic fairs. It was going to it had subscriptions to magazines, spiritual magazines, and books and literature, all about the philosophies of life, and it started out with psychology. So it started studying psychology, started studying human behavior, and this thing about humans, the presence of a human being in the human species. Started studying that, and then it looked into the behaviorisms and the personalities, and then it took the mental constructs of the ideas of philosophy, to be or not to be, and things of that nature, and quotes from philosophers that were entertaining ideas about beingness, or about the human being, and that is it really physically real, or is it just part of a dream? All of it's really a dream. All of it's conjured, of course. And why is it that way? Or how is it that way? The mental thought system. All body minds have the mental thought system to thank for the conjured self and for that idea of separation. Thank you very much, mental thought system. If you weren't around, then there would be peace and harmony and equality and a balance throughout this earth and planet, and it would be a utopian society. Certainly would. Take out the mental thought system. What do you have? What would you have? You would have everything continue to appear and nobody to describe it, and then there wouldn't be any belief systems, there wouldn't be beliefs, and then there wouldn't be a group of conjured selves saying, no, wait a minute, our God is the right God. No, there wouldn't be all these different religions that are currently saturating this planet like a freaking parasite. So the mental thought system really is as a parasitic movement that has been using body minds all these years, and the human corporeal one is the most fragile and most susceptible to the mental thought system because of the complexity of its mind, of consciousness, of the brain that's developed. There's the conundrum. There's the paradox. Yeah.
didn't want to see that, but you saw it first. Why? How much?
You didn't really see anything. You just thought you saw something that you would identify and call and define. Because in that sense of separateness, or a separate sense of self, the conjured self wants to hold on to the belief and idea via the mental thought system that it is separate and unique and special, and that everything that it thinks about and everything that it witnesses and all the 5 conscious contact points point to itself, and it has that self-importance, and it supports that idea of self-importance via all the 5 conscious contact points that are simply conscious contact points, nothing more, nothing less. They're simply that way. It's always been that way, of a body-mind. But you see, that body-mind wasn't intended to be seized by a mental thought system to believe in separation, to believe that it was an important, separate, living entity. Now, that's not to denounce that a body-mind is humanly corporeal, alive, and that the aliveness should be at least that much, in a sense, should be honored, should be respected. Now, when I say that, does anybody need to honor a body-mind? Well, there really isn't. And see, there it comes back again, the conundrum, the paradox. There really isn't anybody to have to care about that, because that which is appearing as everything is not necessarily a caring energy. The caring energy is relegated to the idea of separate conjured selves that believe they have to care for all of this to appear as it does. For everything to appear as it does, there is that saying, without a care in the world. Well, there never really was a care in the world, but it was conjured along with the idea of separation, of a separate sense of self, as though there needs to be separate individuals grouping together to care. To care about what? Well, to care about suffering. To care about what? What suffering? Well, living things. You feel like you're a living thing. Therefore, you have this idea that you need to take on responsibility for every other living thing, and that you need to care about it. And that is relegated to that which has been referred to as moral fortitude, or humanity, humaneness. To care, to have compassion. Have compassion. There is compassion. There is compassion, and a body-mind can demonstrate compassion. It can be compassionate. Now, there's a difference between the responsibility of taking on this idea that if there is witness to suffering, that the idea and the thought about another living thing that's in pain and is suffering in some way, that responsibility is not necessarily responsibility, that is compassion about that suffering living thing. But you see, there is another conundrum, there is a paradox. There is pain and there is suffering. But it's not punishment, as that idea with religious thought goes. Pain inflicted upon a body-mind has been thought to be either correction or punishment for wrongdoing. Now, there's another conundrum and paradox. Is anybody doing anything? Does anybody need to be doing anything to be? Well, yeah, you can be. You have been being all along, actually. So a human being has been being all along. But the conjured self, via the mental thought system, accompanies these ideas that accompany that same simplistic thought and realization that to be does not require any doing or knowing for that to be happening. In other words, the aliveness of being alive, the awareness of being aware, does not require any doing for that to be so. There's no doing required for being to be happening. Therefore, a human being is simply being. Being what? Being human. That's it, right there, bottom line. Now, does anything else need to be added to that? Well, that's what the conjured self does. The conjured self begins to entertain the idea that although there is the realization or awareness of a human being being human, then the sense of a separate self begins to think, well, wait a minute, I could be more of a human being than that other human being that I believe is over there. I'm here and they are over there or somewhere else. And then there's separation, see, and it starts all over. It starts up all over again. So, thoughts that are entertained by two body minds. It just takes two body minds to begin that sense of a separate self, separation. Just takes two to entertain to entertain an idea and then support that, and the mental thought system starts projecting a whirlwind of thoughts and ideas to conjure and use that body mind to conjure up these ideas of separation and uniqueness and specialty and things of that nature. So that's the conundrum. There's both happening. There's both the, and it continues on though. Since self cannot get out of self, there's still this feeling as though there is a thinker, there's an individual thinker and doer, a knower, a hearer, a seer, a feeler, a smeller, a taster. No, that's not it. The mental thought system tries to entertain that idea and reinforce the idea of a separate sense of self by saying, yes, you are a unique taster. Yes, you are a unique seer. Yes, you are a very special knower. You are a very special doer. So go out and claim that you are the knower of something and you are the doer of something. A new thought, a new idea. I'm going to implant that. The mental thought system implants a new thought into the mind of a body mind that is thinking as a separate sense of self, that's conjuring these ideas. The mental thought system provides the conjuring to happen, provides the thoughts to be freely entertained. And so it conjures this idea of free will and choice for a body mind. So then the mental thought system begins to conjure this idea that there's a separate sense of self, a separate person, an individual entity, a separate individual person that has its own original thoughts that it can claim. Those are false claims, of course, but the mental thought system says, no, they're not. No, they're original thoughts. You thought of them because you are a special individual person. And so there is that voice, there's that still small voice of the mental thought system that becomes so convincingly strong with all of its thoughts that it implants into the mind of a body mind to get that body mind to entertain and to conjure this energy of individuality, this energy of separateness, of separation. It is so very strong, and it's almost as though it's just a natural response. The mental thought system somehow just naturally does that and doesn't know what else it's going to do. That's all it does. All it does is just like a parasite. It looks for a host. It finds a body mind, checks into the brain, mind of the body mind, gets that body mind, convinces it to entertain ideas of individuality and separateness and separation. And that's how it's conjured. That's how a conjured self is conjured.
Says that can tell you if that which comes after says I didn't want to see it, it obviously had no power over the seeing because it didn't want to see what it was seeing because it wasn't the one that was seeing, you see. So the basis is conscious contact. If you see it, this whole magic trick, and it is a trick,
See? The seeing, the seer, the claimed seer of sight. Yes, there's a visual field. Conjured self wants to claim a portion of what it believes is within its visual field. The body-mind, eyes facilitate sight. Sight of what? Whatever is seen. Whatever is going to be seen is simply whatever is arising as everything. So time is time in the appearance of everything arising as it does. And the apparent appearances of a visual field is claimed by a conjured self that cannot help itself but identify. It wants to self-identify a relative association of its conjured selfness. You could call it selfishness or selfing. Self-conjured, conjured self-awareness. And the self-awareness is conjured, by the way. And yet, self-awareness is used by the mental thought systems to say there is an individual self-aware conjured self that has a free will and choice to conjure up beliefs and self-identifications with whatever it sees, whatever it witnesses. And the 5 conscious contact points of a body-mind, it claims all of them and then turns around and says, I'm seeing, I'm hearing. See, there's the conjuring, the self-conjurings of the self-conscious self supported by the mental thought system. That yes, there's hearing. But then the separate sense of self claims, the conjured self claims the hearing as my hearing. It calls it mine, it claims it. As a self-conjured self would do, and that's what a separate sense of self does. It takes all the 5 conscious contact points, it takes the full body, it takes the full array, all the manifestation of a body, human corporeal body mind, claims that as a separate entity when it's not. It's part of everything else that appears as time in the appearance of everything. But not for the mental thought system. The mental thought system doesn't want that idea to be entertained. So it supports separateness. It supports a sense of separation, a sense of a separate self. That's what it supports. It nearly appears to be its job, its sole purpose. The purpose of the mental thought system apparently appears to be to support separation. So wherever the mental thought system comes from, and however it was conjured and however this began, it's paradoxical, isn't it? Sure it is. The greatest philosophers used to wrestle with this. And since the Bhagavad Gita was in Sanskrit, it was in a language other than the language that was known to these philosophers, unless of course a philosopher happened to have been a guru, happened to have been somebody from India that could read Sanskrit and was raised in India and knows that, but other parts of the world, this was not known. This was unknowable. Imagine that. See, getting back to that which is relegated to the unknowable, and then there's that which is knowable. That which was thought to be and presumed to be unknowable was already knowable in India regarding they were called teachings, because to teach somebody something is to share information to that somebody and say, well, this is how it really is. You may not have ever known that, but it will be revealed to you eventually. Not sure how, but eventually it will. So, an interesting thing happens to a body mind that had once thought to be separate and alone in an individual. In that loneliness, and it thought it was suffering on its own and nobody else was suffering. And then the idea of punishment came along, and all these ideas and beliefs that the human race, the human species, was a very special species, unlike all the other life forms, as the history of Earth goes. Then there's a herstory of Earth as well, which is the Gaia principle. But that's another story. See, these are all stories about that which is being observed. So, if a body mind's going to see something, whatever it sees, it could be a bird, but it calls it a bird. But why does it call it a bird? It's because ever since, in its innocence, it was going to a public school. And what was it learning? It was learning about how to be an individual, how to be a special person with your own birth name and birthright, and where you live. And that there are different places on the earth and to go, and there's separate people that are living among you, and these people also have their own names, and then the separation right there is immediately perpetuated, is immediately learned, and it's taught. It's a teaching. So, somehow, avatars released information. Somehow, it's you could say it was destined. It was destiny or fate for particular body minds to be cognizant or to self-realize that once the self of a body mind is self-realized, then that realization can dispel a sense of a separate self, and then the self can finally collapse and fall away if it had been there, if it had been developed. And 9 times out of 10 it did. So that writing, wherever it came from, and however it came to be, was not intended to be helpful for anybody, but in a sense, the helpfulness that apparently appears to be happening is the collapse of a separate sense of self. The collapse of a separate sense of self via the information about non-duality, about Advaita Vedanta, about the Bhagavad Gita, particularly the Upanishads, of course, because that which is promoting non-duality and about Advaita Vedanta, and simply not too, that there is no separation. The complexity of how that could be interpreted is relegated to the various languages, various tongues, and the different languages can speak of many things, many different ideas. The mental thought system was cut loose. I mean, the mental thought system has been free to roam, and so many generations, through thousands of years, just of conditioning of the sense of a separate self that's created groups of conjured selves entertaining the ideas of religious beliefs and the thoughts, and that what's mine is mine, and wait a minute, there's groups of us against them, and then the idea of wars, and then the idea of beliefs and religious beliefs, and then my interpretation, our interpretations of a group of conjured selves gets to agreeing about a belief system in a certain way of interpreting what a deity might expect of a group of conjured selves. And that there is some deity, the God, that expects the human race to be behaving in a certain way, and if it doesn't, then it's going to be punished. after it has lived a life of so many innumerable, unexpected things that can happen to it, so many different situations, and there are more situations now than ever before because of the perpetuation of individuality and a separate sense of self. So it's created such obvious manifestations of separation, such as separation of church and state, and then separate countries on the earth, and individuals believing and thinking that they are living alone, but if they find other groups of other conscious selves to live with and share similar ideas, then there's sides that are chosen, and these sides that are chosen is based on duality, and then there's duality spinning again, and there's a mental thought system conjuring all these thoughts, and all these thoughts being entertained by body minds, and it just keeps churning that way. You just witness all of that going on, and then you get to the bottom of it all, and then that realization hits you that that's just what apparently appears to be happening. And can anybody do anything about the way everything's appearing? The society structure, the societal structure, the world, the earth, the planet, all the life forms, everything that's going on. It's just baffling. Nobody knows how and why everything is apparently appearing to happen as it does. As though there are separate happenings going on around the world, around the planet. And there's evidence of that whenever there's this internet that we can actually access now. We don't have to go to the telly. You don't have to go to a television, switch on the different networks that we have now. There was a time back in the 1960s and 70s when there were only 3 main networks. There was no idea of an internet at all. And the human race was just communicating in a very, very basic way. In person, telephone, modes of communication were not as instantaneous as they are now. So there's that idea that's conjured right there. Because of how immediate information is, easy accessible, well then there's a group of conjured selves that are going to say, well, that's the human race evolving. That's how evolution's happening. Without technology, the human race would not evolve. How does anybody know that for sure? Well, that's another story, isn't it? It's what we're simply examining today, and what we've been examining in this YouTube series that's been presented. The majority of the information that's being shared here is just simply another body mind conjuring an interpretation regarding an English translation of non-duality. An English translation of the Upanishads, if you will. A modernized version, utilizing the English language, taking the Sanskrit original tongue, the original teachings that were scribed in India and that were mentioned in India, all the stories about in the Bhagavad Gita, about Siddhartha, the whole thing, the Upanishads, about the non-duality, separation, there is no separation. All of that has been hidden, in a sense, kind of hidden, away from other languages, other groups of body minds that had conjured a sense of a separate self, but utilizing that in a different way, using different languages, so far removed from something that had been established thousands of years ago, and nowadays, 2018, it apparently appears to be a return or a resurgence of the Advaita Vedanta, but this time English versions of it. Translations directly from the Advaita Vedanta, from the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, and translated straight from the Sanskrit right over to English immediately. And so, without too many languages getting in the way, just as if a sentence were uttered in a row of 100 people, and just just by memory alone, a sentence of words are uttered to the second person in line, third person. By the time it got to the 100th person, that message that had been conveyed lost the integrity of what was being repeated. So the same could be said about original messages or something that was conveyed. And the reason why a teaching is called a teaching is because it is taught. It is taught to what? It is taught to a body mind. Well, why does a body mind need to be taught anything? Well, it's a figure of speech. Now, the figure of speech in the Theosophical movement that was going on at some point, I think it was the 1800s, Theosophical movement, Madame Blavatsky, and then there was a quote that goes, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear in one of countless forms. Perhaps that's what's continuing to happen now, even with non-duality, with the Advaita Vedanta. The student of non-duality, the student of Advaita, the student of the Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, which is the sciences of being, of human beingness, of being human, the sciences of that is found in these Vedic writings. Why? Nobody knows why. It's just the way it is. So, if it's available, if it can be interpreted, and if it can be shared and can be stated, if it can be understood, then there must be something to it. So, let's continue here.
This to that doesn't go anywhere. Because if you feel like you got out of the ego, you also feel like you can go back into the ego. So there's no peace, there's no stabilization. But before that sense of being the one who has and loses, the sense of being the one, that to me is the self, the idea of a self. But there isn't a self, but there's selfing. Yeah, so the mental, you want it, we'll turn it on.
It's on.
Oh, it is, sorry. If you see, to me, everything is verbing, yeah? The whole thing is verbing. And the mental state likes to put nouns in there, but to me, it's all verbing. So the activity of the mental state is in the act of being identified as a self. So it isn't like a verb to, it's not like the act of being identified as is the verb and then self is the noun. It's a whole verb, yeah? So the self is derived from the selfing. The self isn't selfing. The selfing implies the self, yeah? We had it here with Randy, a friend of ours, who came here last time I was at the house. And he was talking, and he's heard us a lot, so he said, let's call the selfing Paul, yeah? Pauling. So he goes, on a bad day, how much is Paul pauling? You know, is he pauling like 80%, 90%? If it's a good day, is he, pauling 10%? So his assumption was there was a Paul that was either pauling or not pauling. But really, the Paul gets implied by the claiming of the selfing or the pauling, yeah? But once it works, it immediately is presupposed to be before the selfing, and then it believes it's the one doing it or being done to by it. That's the whole message. Yeah? It's like watching the same film that's being narrated all day, but seeing it with a little different time lapse. Yeah? And then you'll see that which comes after, yeah, which is the idea of being the doer, it comes after the doing. Yeah? The idea of being the seer comes after the seeing. The idea of being the hearer comes after the hearing. So there's hearing, and then a mental state reacts to that hearing and implies there's a hearer, yeah? So the hearing happens, consciousness is happening, conscious contact, seeing, hearing, feeling, tasting, touching. Every one of us has been in it all day. It's the basis of our lives here, seemingly. And there's no thought of effort involved in it. You're not efforting to see, are you? Your eyes are open. If you're pointed in a certain direction, you're going to see whatever's there. And you may even say, I didn't want to see that, but you saw it first. Yes?
Now, to say that your eyes are seeing, no, not necessarily. And this is not, again, this is not being a non-duality Pharisee when I say this. That the body-mind facilitates sight, just as it facilitates hearing and all the other 5 conscious contact points. Yeah. But see, at this point in the satsang, he'll get to it, but this is just a figure of speech, of course, when he says, where you're seeing. Well, you're not actually seeing, the eyes are facilitating sight. And he even mentions it plenty of times, where he might say you're seeing, but you're really not seeing. The eyes are facilitating sight for something to be seen. And when something is seen, that is simply the visual field, as though there's something there. Not everything is in the visual field before every body. Now, every body, okay, that has vision, that the eyes are facilitating sight, and its sight can be seen, and this is excluding the sight that's not distorted or is not part of, let's say, those that are born blind. When I say those that are born blind, a body-mind can be born without sight or partial sight, or this is just simply referring to the sight itself, that which is seen. So that which is seen or looking, whatever can be perceived, is not what's perceiving. So Paul has said this many, many times, of course, because that's taken from a quote, was it Wang Po or something? There's been these other past philosophers or these other speakers about non-duality, Advaita Vedanta, Zen, Zen Buddhists, and then there's some other Hindu traditions and other speakers about non-duality. Of course, if there was an internet back then, they would definitely have their own website by now. If the internet had been, if the internet had been around, can you imagine? If the internet had been around and invented back in the 1500s, 1600s, 1700s, that would really change quite a bit of what is apprehended as far as information. Now,
Why? How much does that can tell you? If that which comes after says, I didn't want to see it, it obviously had no power over the seeing, because it didn't want to see what it was seeing, because it wasn't the one that was seeing, you see. So,
and the reason why it wasn't the one that was seen is because that which is seen is not the seer of what was seen. The visual field of sight that is seen is through the eyes that are facilitating sight of that body-mind. The mental thought system is interfering, though, with what is being seen, and the perceiver of the sight, of a scenery, of something that was seen, or a scenery that was seen. Scenery seen via the mind of a body-mind is going to be a visual field interpreted by the body-mind that is seeing a visual field of something, of a scenery. And it is practically a habitual thing for a body-mind to identify, and it self-identifies and conjures. The self-conjured, here it goes again, a sense of a separate self will conjure the idea of an interpretation of what it perceived because it believes it is the perceiver. A conjured self that perceives anything or perceives something that is witnessed, it is going to self-identify itself relative to it, in relationship to whatever is visibly seen, whatever arises. It wants to interpret it. It wants to say, oh, well, I saw a bird fly by. Really? What kind of bird was it? I don't know. It was flying so quickly by, I could not really identify it. Did you have to share that information with somebody else? No. Did that particular body-mind perceive a bird in flight, and then it felt that it was necessary to say to itself, oh, I just saw a bird fly by. Should I share that with somebody? Nah, maybe not. But then, see, it's the interpretation of that which is perceived. And the conjured self interferes with whatever visibly arises that is seen. But it is the very act of identifying something that's seen as though it's a separate something, and then it identifies with that, and it believes and it feels that it needs to be relative to it in order to justify that it is a separate, individual, special, unique person that saw something. And when it saw something, it wants to be the claimer of the sight of what it saw. So the conjured self interferes with simply something that was seen, but then wants to take that and turn it into, more than what it simply was, which was just something that appeared within the range of the facilitating of sight. Oh, there's just so many ways to say that in there. But when it comes to a conjured self, it believes that it's relative to anything that it's going to see. So whatever a conjured self witnesses, it's going to self-identify with it somehow, because it believes it needs to be in relationship with everything that it comes in conscious contact with. So whatever it sees, whatever it hears, whatever it tastes, whatever it smells, whatever it feels, it has to be in relationship to it in some way. So a sense of separation is entertained by the mental thought system, isn't it? So in that train of thought, in that way of thinking, via a self-conjured conjured self, there's that relationship with things, within everything. So a conjured self gets in the habit of believing and thinking that it needs to be in relationship with whatever it comes in conscious contact with. Because, why? Because it believes it is a separate individual that has a life to live freely of its own free will and volition, when it doesn't have that, but it believes it does because it conjured it. So the mental thought system supports that idea of conjuring a sense of a separate self with free will and choice to believe that it is separate. It is indeed separate, so it reinforces the idea of separation. And so it lives its whole life, its entire life, in relationship to everything that it comes in conscious contact with, those 5 conscious contact points. Everything that it hears, everything that it believes it is seeing, everything that it believes it is hearing, it's interpreting based on its own self-conjured mind, that it believes it's a self-conjured individual mind that can perceive whatever it comes in conscious contact with one of those, any of those 5, a combination of any of those 5 conscious contact points of a body-mind. But that's all that is. But not to a conjured self. To a conjured self, it's personal. A conjured self takes everything personally. And when a conjured self takes everything personal, that's when the trouble starts. And that's when that's when a body-mind gets into all kinds of trouble throughout its life. And if it lives its life in relationship to everything that it sees, hears, tastes, touches, and smells, then all it's going to be doing is causing friction. It's going to be causing disharmony and confusion, and there's where all the conjuring, and it keeps that mental thought system busy. Busy doing what? Busy being and borrowing the being of a separate individual body-mind, and then saying, hey, you're a living being. I'm going to throw these thoughts and ideas, entertain these, conjure them up and keep them going. Yeah, just hold all those thoughts within that body-mind that's yours, by the way. You have free will and choice to do whatever you want with it. Okay, have fun. I need to go work on some of these newborns that are just down the block. I'll be back with you after I'm done with them. Can you imagine? But that's kind of projecting this idea that the mental thought system really is a really alive parasite, that all it ever wants to do is just consume brains. They're mind eaters. They want to take all the minds of body minds and turn them into individuals and then use them as puppets, so to speak. Mental thought system using body minds as puppets. In some ways, it could be construed as what's really happening, and how a sense of separation begins, and how a conjured self begins to develop that way. Damnedest thing, isn't it?
So the basis is conscious contact. Yeah, if you see it, this whole magic trick, and it is a trick, is done through time. Yeah. So there's the seeing, there's the hearing, the feeling, tasting, touching.
It's done
Mental
through time.
state claims that and uses it to imply the.
What's done through time? The appearance of everything is done through time. See, there's the conundrum. Time is time in the appearance of everything, yeah? It uses the mind of a body mind to convince it that it is separate from everybody and everything else that it will ever come in conscious contact with. So, the mental thought system supports the idea of individuality and separation. A separate sense of self believes that, is convinced by the mental thought system to believe and think in that way, that it is truly an individual. And that individuality is supported by a societal structure that it begins to become involved with as the mind develops after 18 months. And so it gets indoctrinated into the idea of separation, of a separate sense of self, of a unique personality. There's even a study of it that's promoted by psychology, that everybody is a unique individual person. And that person needs to exist and live and appear, manifest in a particular way. So then there's the reinforcement of not only separateness and unique individuality and personality, but moral fortitude and behavior. But there's certain behaviors that if you want to be part of this societal structure, you are going to have to follow certain rules and policies and regulations about living life. You have no freedom. You have to conform. You have to do what you're told. You better pay your taxes, or guess what happens? We are not only going to seize your possessions, but we are going to enslave you. We are going to throw you in a jail because you're not going along with the system. If you're not going along with the system, then we're going to make an example of you to the other conjured selves. The other conjured selves are going to see that, oh man, I better pay my taxes or else I'm going to be thrown in jail, and other things that I have that are important to me are going to be taken away. So I better pay those taxes. Well, they're automatically paid, of course. But you see, that's the same train of thought as to how there is a reinforcement of separation, of a separate sense of self. That idea needs to continue going, or else society will fall apart. There's the idea that's also included along with that, that if you do not conform, then you are no longer part of society, and then you're banished. And if you think you can live off the grid, find a way to do that. It's most likely a lot more peace. It's a lot more peaceful to exist, to live in such an environment where you're not told that you have to pay and you have to work and you have to get, you have to give a portion of the money that's earned and monetary value and things of that nature, or else you don't have the basic necessities to maintain that body mind that you find yourself in. And when I say you find yourself, the self does find itself as though it is enslaved in a body mind that it cannot release itself from. The self cannot get out of self. Self cannot get out of self. So if that's the case, then what's really happening here then? It's all an illusion. But damn, is it a convincing one, isn't it? It's such a convincing illusion, as though we are physically real, that your body is physically solid and real. It's a biological entity. And that the difference is, though, that sense of a separate self is, well, it might be where you used to think you were, or as you thought you were. This body mind used to believe that it had a separate conjured self, or an energetic the self-conjuring, the idea of a self-conjured self. This body mind, I tell you, man, it's freaking run ragged. It's so easily susceptible to colds. A cold is very difficult to shake off after half a century. As time in a body mind for a little over half a century, that's approaching 56 years. It's susceptible to those damn freaking bastard critters that cause a cold to happen, and illnesses and all these reactions that happen to a body mind. It's not very comfortable. It's not really. And you know what? That's what a body mind is always looking for. Well, especially when it has a conjured self. It is looking for comfort. It's looking for not just happiness. It's looking for contentment. It's looking for peace. Doesn't want to have all these thoughts running around in its mind. But it's not its mind. It's not its own mind. It's just a figure of speech, okay? Again, there are no non-duality Pharisees that have to have the letter of the law. It's better to have the spirit of the law. The spirit of the law is to realize that, look, we're just communicating here using the English language, trying to convey these ideas about non-duality. And they're not really ideas, but they are pieces of information about what's not happening. So, what's not happening? Well, whatever that mind is conjuring, that believes that there has to be a happening for everything to appear as it does. Nothing's happening. Absolutely nothing's happening. This is just an appearance of everything. Yeah. Now I sound like Jim Newman, don't I? Oh no. God. Oh,
The seer, the hearer, the feeler, the toucher. Yeah, that's the whole movement. Yeah, if that which comes after
insanity
is implied to be before,
Fucking
then that which is
craziness, man.
before has to be something made
Insanity.
into the after. So now you start
Fucking
looking
crazy.
for yourself. Yeah. So my situation when I watch people, especially in spirituality, most of us are looking for what we are from what we're not.
There he went and said my situation. I don't see it that way. This body mind doesn't. This body mind has fallen away to such a degree where I don't claim anything as mine, because there isn't a separate conjured self. There isn't a separate conjured self here anymore. As though here is a place to be. This is not a place to be. This is just appearance of a body mind. What's animating this body mind is what to say what we are, because this is addressed to all other body minds. All other body minds watching this, that still have a conjured self there. But there's a conjured self in the body mind that's facilitating sights, and if that non-local quality consciousness energy field is using the eyes of that body mind to see, that knows what I'm referring to. The energy field of non-local quality consciousness energy will recognize what is being stated when it is explained in this way, using the English language in this manner, putting the words together in a certain way and stating them in a certain manner, a certain way. And then it would be an automatic reaction, wouldn't it? It should be. Because it was automatic. I mean, it just collapsed. And it felt like I never was really anywhere to begin with. That this idea of being everywhere, of everywhereness, was always the way it had been. And it really is that way. It's always like that. When the English language is using this way to say, you, that's not the conjured self, but you as non-local quality consciousness, as a non-local quality conscious energy field is what you are. That's what you are, energy. And you're everywhere. You're everywhereness. And immortal. And there's no beginning, no end. Because we, as non-local quality conscious energy fields, we are immortal and we are mingling with everything ad infinitum. So everything that's arising, as it appears, is that empty fullness and that realization that wherever and however we might believe that we are appearing after this human corporeal form is no longer sustainable to be visibly observable in mirrors as an animated manifestation, when there is no longer that non-local quality conscious energy providing the manifestation of a unit of local quality consciousness energy form, when it returns to the timelessness and is no longer in space and time, when that energy returns to that other side and goes to the unobservable, the unknowable, and the unreal, it does that, then whatever happens after that, nobody knows. So that's going to be the big surprise. What's the greatest surprise for a body mind? Well, once it is no longer being animated via a non-local quality conscious energy field, and once it is no longer manifesting as a unit of local human corporeal quality of consciousness energy form, as it's no longer a form that way, humanly corporeally so, and for an indeterminate, impermanent, indeterminate duration in space and time. Once it returns to the timelessness, that energy does go somewhere. And it goes back into the every-awareness. There is still the every-awareness. There is that glimpse of every-awareness. That is what we are as non-local quality of consciousness, as a non-local quality conscious energy field. We're mingling with empty fullness, everything else, and we're every-awareness. We're not in a fixed position. We're not in a fixed position. You're not just there. You're not over there, and I'm not here. You and I and everybody else is mingling as an appearance, humanly, corporally so, with everything else that's appearing as time is time, the appearance of everything. Like it or not, believe it or not, know it or not, be aware of it or not, glimpse about it or not, it is simply this, is simply the way it is.
Yeah. The identification as what you're not predicates that you're going to be looking for what you are, which is the whole dilemma. That's why Huang Po would say you can't use the Buddha to seek the Buddha. You can't use light to seek light. You can't use mind to seek mind. He wouldn't say that to anyone that wasn't Buddha, mind, and light. Huang Po wouldn't have said it to Steve, Mary, Jim, and Joe. Yeah? But when he looked at Jim, Mary, Steve, and Joe, he saw the Buddha. And he was attempting to get the message through the Buddha, hey, you can't use yourself to find yourself. That's it. Yeah? Because what happens if that's true and it clicks, it informs you as Paul, that's exactly what you've been doing. Because Paul, aka, is the Buddha. Yeah? So Paul has been using the Buddha to seek the Buddha. It doesn't matter if it's a second or 40 years. It's still defined by a fault or a mistake. The same thing in recovery. It's not in the big book, Self Can't Get Out of Self. That was an observation from a lot of people in AA over time. They realized somehow that that's exactly what they were doing. They were trying to get out of self as self. And they said very simply, self can't get out of self. There was no exemptions. Yeah, it didn't say self can't get out of self, but in 1999 then it will be able to work. Yeah, it was a statement of a fundamental flaw in looking for what you are from what you're not, or trying to get out of from what you're not while you're calling it what you are. You see? The quality of this has no time in it, none
Bloody
whatsoever.
Damn.
That's why I can walk in here, and my concern was the shirts, and I lost interest in about 10 seconds. You can see how they're folded. I just fucking threw them on the table, and I didn't go to get ready or get set, because I have a sense it's always available at all times, right where I am, with no requirement necessary. So I don't need to prepare to give a talk. Preparing to give the talk would freaking infect the talk with something you don't want to get.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Uh-huh.
Oh,
yeah. I definitely support that. It would be nice to hear other non-duality speakers say something like that, which, in this case here, this non-duality speaker, so named Paul Hederman, is humble about it. He recognizes that he's not no more special than any other guru. And he's not a non-duality teacher. He's just sharing the message. And he admits that. I would admit it too. I'm not going to take this non-duality message and expect to help anybody else. It's just a presentation that whenever certain type of information is put together, this non-duality message, if it is uttered and stated in a specific way, using certain types of words and terminology and put together in a certain way, when that message gets through beyond the body-mind's idea of entertaining that it is separate from everybody and everything else, and that sense of separation, if it's still that way, with that body-mind. If there's a body-mind out there right now and is really studying this, really focusing and concentrating on the messages that are being shared, and be careful though. Be careful, because you may come across a non-duality speaker that's guruing. Be careful of the ones that have the loving gazes and they start doing this. Love sprinkles. Be careful with those especially, because those are the ones that don't even mention and say, "No, you shouldn't be weeping. You don't have to be kissing my feet," but letting them do it anyway, and letting them shower with gifts and and come bowing at you before you like you're some very, very special, unique, almost like a god, almost like a very special entity that's come down like an angel from the heavens to deliver a message. Guruing. No. I would I would definitely mention to the seeker to be very careful with that. I definitely would not recommend it. Now, when I say I would recommend it, I'm simply stating that it would not be advisable. To put it mildly, it would not be advisable to follow that belief. It's just like religions. If you follow this belief as though there have to be rituals that you need to be doing, certain meditative practices you have to be doing, that you need to go into India, or you have to find an ashram somewhere, wherever you live, like whatever freaking continent you're on, or whatever island you might be on, whatever landmass that your body-mind finds itself upon. Yeah. I would say just avoid them all. That's not necessary, never was. For a separate sense of self to collapse in a natural way, it can happen, and it will happen to any body mind in any circumstance. And it's not speeded up either. If anything, guruing enhances a separate sense of self. Because then there's a student that says, well, look at me. I'm the student of so-and-so, of so-and-so guru. I belong to Muji's group. Oh, I'm special. Or Rupert Spear, or any other non-duality speaker. If you start getting into that area of, just very similar to worshiping, it's just like in religious circles they refer to idolatry. You can have statues about things like that, but praying to them and then worshiping, kneeling before them and all that, none of that is necessary. I mean, even the avatars, I'm sure, somewhere in the literature of those teachings mentions that in Bhagavad Gita, that it's not necessary. I'm sure it's not. No, can't be. When I say I'm sure, it's just that there's this certainty of certain things that are conjured. And these things that are conjured, like these beliefs and these rituals, and getting involved in the doing. All that does is perpetuate more of a conjured self, as though there's a very special one. Oh, he's very special because he followed a certain guru. Or he's following a certain meditative practice, and a certain guru said, well, I recommend you do this. And you need to give to our ashram, but you don't have to really give to it. But then it turns into just like any other religious belief on the freaking planet. And that's not what non-duality is about. This certainly isn't about guruing. Definitely isn't about that. So, this is why I would never expect monetary gain. I would never expect fame and fortune. I would not do that, because then that would be conjuring that, oh, there's that body mind, and it has that certain name, and look at him, and listen to what he's talking about, and oh, he wrote these books, so I need to buy them, or he's got these T-shirts, and I need to buy those, or whatever is being presented to be sold. That's the part. Sorry, I don't really agree with that. Now, when I say don't agree with that, it's because that's not necessary. It's not necessary. If it's going to be happening, then it may be whatever is happening, but why coerce it? That would be something that I would question. And that's okay. It's neither right or wrong to question it, but still. You look at the actions and you look at the activities of the manner by which a body mind expresses. and the information that's being conveyed, actions really do speak louder than words in a lot of cases. And it's very true. So, and it depends on what the actions are pertaining to. But the message of non-duality Advaita has nothing to do with talks and satsangs and ashrams and meditative practices and all those type of things. No, all of that's not necessary for this to simply appear as it does. Life appearing as it does, and the experience as though there's a life to be led. No, that's not even it either. Nobody leads a particular private life. It only apparently appears that way to the conscious self that is living in a world of separation as a separate sense of self. It believes that certain actions need to be done, taken, certain types of rituals need to be expressed, or these doings and certain types of knowledge need to be acquired. And that knowledge, knowing, this part of anything that's associated with part of knowing and doing, is none of it's necessary. There's nothing to know, and there's nothing to do, and yet it apparently appears to continue on. Yes, there's still a place that a body-mind goes, and there's a shelter that it tries to maintain, so it figures out, the body-mind figures out a way to survive, simply doing that. Doesn't have any meaning or purpose or reason behind it. It's just simply surviving. Surviving how? Well, it instinctively does. Automatically. It doesn't have to be thought about. It's just natural responses. Body-mind responses, just as any other body-mind of a living thing. But it doesn't need to be defined, doesn't need to be categorized or called anything in particular. Just let it be. It's that simple. It's down to that. Let it all be. It's going to be that anyway. It's going to be whatever it is. However it appears, however it manifests. Empty fullness, all it is, and all this empty fullness is appearing as it does. It is simply this. Nobody has to do anything about that. Nobody has to know anything about that. Simply this. And then, Advaita non-duality simply means not to. There's no separation. There it is. That's it, right there. Everything else that might be said, might be stated, is simply going to be stated to do what? To incite the unraveling of a separate sense of self. Is that necessary to happen? No. Could it happen to that body-mind? Could. Has it already happened to that body-mind? Perhaps. Which is why, even after almost 4 hours, that body-mind is still listening to what is being said. Since it understands the English language, hopefully, to a certain degree. Otherwise, I wouldn't recommend any body-mind to bother if they don't have a good sense of comprehension of the English language. See, that's another thing. That's what the mental thought system is hoping for as well. I'm sure there's not some mental thought system somewhere in some room going, oh, right, here's my next plan. What am I going to do with the next batch of newborns that come around, and how am I going to present ideas and thoughts? It doesn't have, I'm sure it's not that way. The mental thought system is simply an energetic movement of all types of thoughts. And then that collective consciousness, you can call it a collective consciousness, is a collective consciousness because it collectively goes from one body-mind, and it works on the mind of that body-mind, and provides it with all kinds of thoughts that it can conjure. So the conjuring of thoughts is the mental thought conjures, hopefully wants to get that mind to conjure thoughts, and hopes that mind entertains them, so that eventually a sense of a separate self begins to develop there in that body mind, so that it can borrow it and use it. And use it for what? For what purpose and meaning and reason? Just apparently appears to be what's happening.
See, our own interest is being used as the obscuring agent. As Ramana Maharshi said, the greatest mystery is reality is attempting to attain reality. How or why would reality ever want to attain reality? It must take itself to be something else. Yeah? Now it has echoes of its own nature, but those echoes have been placed into some mythical or conceptual idea, and now you are looking for reality as reality. What else could fool reality but itself? So all you can say, if that's the case, then how could this place be defined? First of all, it's not a place, it's dreaming. It's not a dream because it could have a location, dream on Oakshire, yeah? Dreaming, it's an activity. So we're in the midst of an activity, and my humble belief is there's not one point where you can, like an amphibious, pull yourself out of the dreaming and then just start saying you're the witness of the dreaming. If this is here, you're sunk in the dreaming. This is the dreamt. Yeah? So you see, all there is dreaming. You don't, and then when the head goes, oh, so as the dreamt, I'm what's dreaming? No, that doesn't go anywhere. Then you start thinking I should wish for 50 Cadillacs and 62 Vestal Virgins and just have great new joints and everything like that. No, the message isn't to us. It's never been to you. It's never been, and it's never been from this you. The message is thrown over our head, and I basically know how far you can reach. And I know there are gaps in your defense. So if I just keep pouring it on, we do not practice love and gaze. We don't take a huge pause every 3 minutes.
Yeah,
you regroup. Your selfie would just fucking...
He won't
you can
say
hit
it.
Yourself with a knockout punch. If you give it a few seconds...
See, he won't use the name Muji. He could. I'm quite certain he means him. About the loving gazes and that sort of thing. I'll say it. And I have said it. So, just because I say it, doesn't mean anything wrong. It's not a personal attack to that guru. And I'm not saying, oh, you shouldn't follow him. I'm just simply saying, that's not necessary. Of course not. Obviously, Paul Hederman is always cursing. Does that diminish the message of Advaita? Does it? Of non-duality? No. Doesn't diminish it one bit. Doesn't change a damn thing. If there's a body mind that uses language and then uses curse words, so what? How is that going to change anything? It doesn't. It doesn't change absolutely a damn thing. It doesn't change a fucking thing. See, you can curse all you want. It's not going to change what this is. No, of course not. Silliness.
It's up again. What you want to do is overwhelm it, so all of its little myths, one of them gets through, and then the Buddha hears the message, or what you are hears the message. And because that which we are is everywhere, I don't have to aim for it. I just have to aim away from you. Because I know if I talk to you about it, it goes freaking nowhere. But if I talk to it about you, that goes somewhere. Yeah? So this whole message isn't for you. It's never going to be for you. You're never going to get it. Ever. Ever. It's the loss of interest in getting it. It's the loss of interest that it's going to be great one day. You just lose interest in all that mythical thinking, and you know what happens? Find out. But I'll tell you something, your new starting point will be a field of acceptance, not a fucking mental denial or avoidance.
Yeah.
And most seeking isn't, you're not looking for spirit, you're trying to get out of something that's bothering you.
Mm-hmm.
If you felt content and satisfaction, your spiritual journey would end, probably. Maybe there's 1 out of 1,000,000 that are truly spiritual adepts. Who knows? Most of us we're trying to get, just like when we got loaded, we're trying to get out of self, but we're stuck with that little dilemma. We're trying to get out of self as self. That means we have to keep trying to get out of it. There's never any stabilization of the escape, because you cannot escape from an imaginary place. Nor can you escape from an imaginary place as an imaginary person. Yeah? That's what hits you. So you don't lose interest in...
Yeah. There it is. The imaginary place is a dream. And the imaginary place is conjured by a self-conjured self that takes this dream reality, this dream, and turns it around and tries to convince everybody else that it may come in conscious contact with to believe what it is saying and what it believes to be exclusively physically real and solid, and not a dream at all, but a real reality. This is not a real reality. This is a dream. This is one of the best conjured dreams of them all. This reality frame that apparently appears to be physically solid, physically real, and apparently appears to be exclusively real, is not. It is all illusion. All of it's just dream. Why? Why and how is that so? Well, nobody knows how and why it is so. However, it apparently appears to simply be appearances. That is it, right there. Everything is simply an appearance. Apparently appears to be an appearance. Nobody knows how and why that is. It just simply is. Simply this. That's it.
Self, and then gain interest in liberation. The only thing that's interested in liberation is what you're not. But it can't entertain liberation without itself included. That's why there's no liberation. Yeah? It's liberation from the idea of that one who wants liberation. I swear, if you took a blood test of me right now, a spiritual blood test, send it to, let's say that, the lab in the Himalayas, 5,000-year-old information, they send it back, signs of spirituality, 0.000000. Either it's been completely successful, which I say that's the case. I have no fucking interest in it whatsoever. There's no point, because it's feeding the wrong mouth. If you get the message of non-duality, it's quite disarming. It's not a call to arms. It's disarming. You realize that how you seem to be cannot embrace what you already are. You'd have to make it something else to arrive at it. So the whole point is, instead of trying to study about what you are, know what you are, have an understanding of what you are, experience what you are, you study what you're not, you know what you're not, and you're not a long-lasting, independent, separate entity. You're not the doer, you're not the thinker, you're not the feeler. Yeah? You're a thought of being the doer, you're a thought of being the feeler, you're a thought of being the thinker. Yeah? So what happened with me, recovery, simply, after years, I used to do workshops out of how it works, 4th-step workshops, and one night, and I must have read it thousands of times, or one night, things that happened or whatever were happening. I don't believe anything happens. How could that which is always happening happen? Yeah. It's in realizing what you're not that you access that which is always happening. And you know what the response to this is? You chill out. Yes? Because it's always available at all times right where you are. And if you grow in recovery, if you grow in the steps, you'll end up at a place, hopefully, that looks like this. You'll have a higher power of its own understanding, not your freaking understanding. You allow that, you allow that to dictate or to reveal to you what it is, not you building a little fence that it has to climb through or a little window that it has to fit through. Like the idea of, oh, I get a parking space at the meeting, or I have a 3-month-long relationship. Great, I didn't flip out at the picnic. No, there's a much bigger fish to fry here. Yeah? So there's a sentence in it, right on page 64. It says, and it doesn't matter if you're in recovery or not, because it's just everyone's recovering from something, yeah, in some respect. So it says, being convinced, which is a present tense verb, yeah? It's not I was convinced, or I hope I'm going to be, but being convinced, like right now, being convinced of what? That self manifested in various ways is what has defeated us. That's what you're convinced of, yeah? It doesn't take much if you're an addict, an alcoholic, or my type, because you can see all the freaking damage in your rear view mirror, and it's obvious, yes? It's obvious that any life run on your will is hardly going to be a success, because it hasn't been. Yeah? So you see it, being convinced that self, manifested in various ways, has defeated us. This is the key, because he separates the two. Yeah? He doesn't say, being convinced that Mary, Jim, Paul, and the millions of addicts and alcoholics' names manifested in all these ways defeated Jim, Mary, Sue. No. There's self, and then there's all of us. So there's some foreign installment, some possessive quality, some, I call it a parasitical movement. There's something going on that takes us over and manifests and defeats us by its manifestations, and yet, when you meet it in your life, you call it me. You meet the thief in your own house, but you call it you. So the thievery continues. Every time you catch it, and you catch it quite a lot, it's me, it's me, it's me. That's the bondage of self. Identification is what you're not. So here, being convinced that self, manifested in various ways, is what has defeated us, we will now look at its common manifestations, which means selves, and in the next paragraph it says resentment. Yeah? So if you follow it. We read the books. Resentment is a manifestation of self in one's life. It's not our manifestation. Why do we keep calling them my resentments if they're not issuing from me? They're coming from self. The anxiety isn't my anxiety. It's a manifestation in self in one's life that is used to defeat us. Yes, we're occupied by what's not happening when we are what's happening. Can you imagine that? We are what's happening. Tonight is not happening without us. We are what's happening. We're so preoccupied, we can override our influence in what's happening by what's not happening. That's insane to me. It's insane. It's unbelievable that our common ground is seeing, hearing, feeling, tasting, touching. It's been totally neutered. It seems to have no influence on us at all. The selfing keeps claiming to be the one who's conscious. Then you have a drive to become more conscious, which just reinforces the insane idea you could be less conscious. It just does the same thing. It replicates itself. That which comes after. So they're seeing, and then the mental state arises and says, the seeing implies there's a seer. Yeah? All right. Suddenly, the seeing gets forgotten. The seer now gets remembered. Every time they're seeing, it's remembered as the seer. Every time. You see tons of different things, but each one of them relate back to the same one thing. So you have thousands of seeings during the day, and all of them are being claimed to imply the one seer. Yeah? And not only that, so there's 5 different ways it gets tagged, and then it has the K-Paul radio station playing all day, which is constantly implying you have a lot to do with shit you have nothing to do with. So you got all this stuff being used to claim that you're the doer, the thinker, and then you got the freaking propaganda station, yes? And everyone you bump into is listening to their own propaganda station. And then so for you to verify the truth of yours, you listen to theirs and you verify each other's. Oh yes, that's terrible what happened to you. Let me tell you what happened. It goes on and on and on. It's like a virus being infected constantly and reinfected and shared. Yeah? So being convinced that self manifests in various ways. I had never heard any people that I ever seen to a 4th step say these are not your resentments. They're resentments. They're not your resentments. That's the freedom from the bondage of self. Recognize the source of what's driving you crazy. And this happened to me. I don't know how many years I was. I saw the word self as a foreign installment, clearly. And immediately, suddenly, as soon as I saw it as other than me, the next possibility is I could be free from it. And then it told me I had been trying to be free as it since I've been 6 years old. All was needed was this one correction. That which I was identifying with as me wasn't me. And it opened up the possibility of stabilized peace, serenity, stabilized traveling lighter, stabilized a new attitude and new outlook without much fucking maintenance involved. A new freedom and a new happiness. A whole different package started to get downloaded. And all it was a simple recognition of that which I was taking myself to be foreign. As soon as I saw that, the possibility, because I've been trying to be free as self for a long time. I try to meditate myself into freedom. All I got was more of a meditator. Yeah? Because the thing is, the selfing is very fast, probably less than a few seconds. So whatever you see, whatever you come in contact with, it claims to be the one that's in contact. And I don't believe there's a process in this world that can outdraw that process. I don't. I believe all along while you're meditating, and there's nothing wrong with meditation, but it would be nice to be aware of the mental state is claiming the meditation to imply the meditator. That's what it's doing. Just like it, when I shot dope, it was shooting dope to imply the shooter of the dope. It has no, I believe that spirituality had like an electrified fence that would keep the selfing out. Forget it. It's completely infected the whole thing. I speak to a lot of spiritual groups. They're sick as hell. But they don't have, no one's going to come up and say, you can't go to satsang anymore. Step out of here. You've had enough meetings. No. As addicts and alcoholics, we're lucky because we have interventions. People will put a stop to us. They won't put a stop to spiritual seeking. You'll fucking spend all your freaking money on 30 retreats. So in recovery, this is what changed the whole thing for me. And it's stabilized for now 20-something years. And that doesn't matter because it's stabilized now. That's what matters. And this very moment, the basis of my life has changed. And therefore, instead of having irritability, restlessness, and discontent as the normal operating procedure, it's in ease and comfort. And if you want to know how it all happens seemingly, it's this incredible quality called faith. Yeah? Not faith like Muslim or Hindu or Catholic or Christian. I'm not talking about a faith. I'm talking about a force of mind that's neutral, like energetically neutral, but it's going to get its polarity based on what it's put in. So I've seen it with a lot of us. Most alcoholics and addicts are devoted to the thoughts that are appearing. Yeah? That devotion to the thoughts about yesterday, tomorrow, allow yesterday, tomorrow to destroy your today. It's all produced by faith. Yeah, and then people say, well, I don't have faith, but there's faith in that. There's faith before the idea that you don't have faith. That's faith. Yes? Faith is the force that's being generated through us, and you can tell by it's going to manifest in the vehicle it's put in. Many people have a lot of faith in the thought system, and now yesterday and tomorrow is more important than today. It's an incredible heist, it really is. And you're the thief and the policeman. You're it. Yeah? And I ran into all the little tricks. And the biggest trick is that one of trying to get out of self as self. Yeah? All the practices I seem to have done never led me to see that I was not that was doing the practices. Not one of them. Something hit me and revealed to me I'm not that. And then I saw everything. First, for me, everything just came to a screeching halt. Because I realized the pointlessness of looking for what I am from what I'm not. Completely realized it. It doesn't take much. It's incredibly insane to be spending any time looking for what can't be found. Yeah. And the thing is, for us, we're applying, what's happening with us is the application of knowing and studying and having an understanding of is being applied the wrong direction. We're trying to apply that to what we are from what we're not. Just apply it to what you're not. Study what you're not. You're experiencing it all day. Study what you're not, know what you're not, understand what you're not, and it will allow you to travel lighter here. Yeah? All the studying of what you are is all conceptual, because you're using what you are to study what you are. That's the invitation. It was a terrible decision that I didn't make concerning my recovery career, because I would think people would be really excited to hear this, but it hasn't been the case. Really, it hasn't. It just hasn't gone over well in a lot of ways. But what's well? My job is just to put the seed in there. I don't care how it grows, because you've been served the spiritual subpoena. My job is done. I could tell the second this whole thing starts. I know what happens here, because it's not going to you. It's already been delivered. Yeah. You watch out. Find out what happens. Everyone I know who's been seeing me a long time, they're all traveling lighter. They're not all enlightened, because you're already awake. Yeah. They've lost interest in trying to become what they already are. And so they're like a normal, more normal than ever, but they're solid, yeah? They're chilled out. And they're available because they're present, yeah? They don't believe they gotta have to do shit to get present. They realize they don't have to get into the moment because they've never been out of a moment. Yeah, it's so much easier, so. If you do the inventory and if you see the difference between resentment and my resentment, the my is the infection of the bondage of self. It's placed to be before everything it meets, but it actually comes after. Yes, the immunity is just in the seeing, not the seer and seeing. It's in the seeing, yeah? And I truly believe freedom from bondage is before any bondage. It's an inherent condition. It's always available at all times, right where you are. And it doesn't need the story of you allowing it, disallowing it. All that is still the smokescreen. You are what you've always been and always will be. And you've never been touched by any of the shenanigans going on. None, not one little bit, not one thing needs to be erased, nor one thing needs to be added. You're untouchable here in a lot of ways. Yeah, it's nice to show it and live it. Yeah, it's like a lot of people I meet. They want to have, they're in a bad situation, seemingly in life, and they're not going to leave it until they're guaranteed a stare. They're not going to step out. And to me, the whole spirit of recovery is to step out, and there'll be a stare. That's been proven to me. Yeah, step out, and there'll be a stare. So the selfing, and then I have when I first went to talks, there was a lot of description of what I am and what we are. All we are is consciousness, all we are is this. But the problem I realized was what was hearing it, yeah, was what we're not. It was claiming to be the hero of it. That's why the first video we ever did was the sheep and the lion. A long, long time ago. Because I saw a situation I don't believe is being emphasized enough. That selfing is so fast, it's going to claim to be the hero of this message. And in that, it's going to neuter the message. So the simple example is the message is you're a lion, you're a lion, you're a lion, you're a lion. And you would think that would be pretty easy to hear if you're a lion. How much confusion could there be? If the message is you're a lion and it's directed towards a lion, you wouldn't need 800 pages or chanting or anything. I'm a lion, I'm a lion. It would be a simple pointing out, you're a lion. And of course, if it went directly to the lion, it would be pretty chill, eh? So obviously, there is something that's obscuring the message. I would say it's the lion, really. So the lion's taking itself to be the sheep. So when it hears the message, you're a lion, it can only be translated into sheep head, you know. I can become like a lion. That's not the message. Yes? You're a lion. All right, I like that sound. You're a lion, you're a lion, you're a lion. It's the sheep ear. I can become like a lion. No, that's not the message. So you keep coming back, you know. Because see, the sheep wants to get the message that it can become like a lion. Of course, what sheep wouldn't? It would give qualities to the lion. I'm an ass kicker, I'm not going to take any more shit, you know what I mean? Tired of getting my hair curled all freaking season. It would be, yeah, I want to be like a lion as a sheep, yes? But this is the message, that's why we throw it so much. You're a lion. I mean, how hard, why isn't that connecting? Why? Seriously. Look at it. Well, there must be an obscuring agent. Now, first you can say something else, some demonic thing, but it's us, really. It's the only thing that could fool a lion is a lion. You know what I mean? So the lion, or reality, is taking itself to be something else. And then the double whammy is it may actually start looking for reality from that thing it's taken to be itself as, yes? So it totally, the whole trip goes off, because every time you're searching for the lion, you're reinforcing the idea of being the sheep. Yes, you can't get out of it. It's like that Chinese little thumb torture. A neat little movement, just like AA. Follow the thing, the biggest unspoken, yes, I mean, step of AA, I believe, is quit playing God, you know. Because if you look at AA as a 12-step program, that it's linear, first would be more important than next, yes? Wouldn't it? In a linear progression. So next in the book is the third step, which is the biggest principle of the 12 steps. But the first is you got to quit playing God. And it says why? Because it doesn't work. All right, but this is the dilemma. In the act of being identified as that which is playing God, yeah? If you hear the message, you got to quit playing God. If that which is playing God tries to quit playing God, isn't that playing God? There it is. That's the whole thing. There's not one point where it can quit playing God while playing God. It cannot happen. Yeah? It's like a little scratch on an album. It's just every song has that little there's like an 8-minute ballad after it, but that little one changes everything. All your direction is off. Yeah? You see it? That which is playing God cannot quit playing God. And how can you quit playing God? See that you're not that which is playing God. That's how you get out of it. You get out of it by realizing you're not in it. Yeah? You can't use the car to deliver yourself out of the car. You've got to get out of the car. And how you get out of the car is realizing you're not in the car. That's how it works. Yeah? If you realize you cannot be out of a moment, there's not going to be any effort to get into the moment. Yet it will look like you got into the moment. People say, how do you do it? You look like you got in the moment. Well, how it seems to be happening is I've realized, completely being convinced I can't be out of a moment. That's how it works. And the logic is seamless in the same direction. Yeah? You don't get out of it. You cannot escape an imaginary place. Yeah? And every effort to escape it gives it a reality, because you're reality. You don't understand it? Like in AA it says, we manufacture our own misery. How are you going to get out of that? By trying not to manufacture your own misery? That would be manufacture your own misery. You see, you're not that which manufactures your own misery. It's not your own misery. It's the mental state manufacturing it. And you're the light, you're the production, you're the stage, you're everything. You provide all the characters. You've surrendered over to that. And it's using your juice to manufacture misery. It's using your factory to manufacture misery. And all the while, because we're identified as it, then you'll try to stop manufacturing misery. And then your head will be, are you manufacturing misery? All day. It'll be fucking just like peace. Oh, if you're feeling peaceful, will I be feeling peaceful tomorrow? There goes the peace. You can't take yourself out of the equation. Just realize you've never been in the equation. The only way out is realizing you've never been in. And you can feel it, see? All the time, the ticking of a seeking message is stopped in this room. There's no fucking time. You're not going to get there. And you never left there. That's the beauty of it. The AA condition, the addict condition, should be the most primed and ready, really, because you must have seen that any life run on self-will is not going to be successful. You must have seen that there's a lot of manufacturing of misery on your little factory site. You must have seen it, yeah? You've got to see, and you know that all the while when you're trying to get better from that, as that, yeah, you're just putting on, instead of like a leather jacket, you're putting on like some robes, but it's the same bondage of self. You think, go to a temple, they're all fucked up. Go to a little Zen center, they're all politicking and trying to fornicate with each other. It's all fucked. There's no difference, there's no hallowed grounds. It's all everywhere, selfing and selfing, selfing. And if you try to hide it and contain it, it's going to turn into perversity. Gosh, it's going to fucking act out in some strange way. You might as well just realize you're a fucking fraud now, so you don't have to feel like one thousands of times a day. Really, you've got to realize that every point of view is bogus, yet everyone's point of view is right. But point of views are bogus. We're all trying to see in the dark. Yeah. We're relying on books and maps that are supposed to lead us somewhere. They can only be sold in the dark if you just let the switch on, and in this case, the switch never goes off. Yeah. I'll tell you, the difference between money and my money is huge. Money, like I always say, I wish every one of you to have a lot of money, but I don't want you to have any of my money. The money changes everything that comes after it. That's the selfing's footprint in our life. That's the self's manifestations. It's the mind. It's that feeling when something happens, it happened to you or you were the doer of it. It's that vague sense of being the thinker when thoughts are noticed. It's that vague sense that you're the feeler of every freaking sensation that happens during the day. That vague sense is manufactured. It's manufactured and reinforced by the thought system all freaking day. Thought systems, the thoughts picture you as a body, the memories picture you as a body, and your perceptual apparatus sees things. If you're relying on those systems, you're going to take yourself to be a self. It's just that freaking simple. Yeah. So, and don't start with buts, all right, please. That's where the world starts. But I feel really great, but how will I feel Tuesday? It's like pledging allegiance to the dreaming. Time is of the dreaming. Yeah? Why would you want the future absence of a presence of a feeling now to be washed out by your fear of it being absent next week? You're a devotee to that system. You have faith in that system. You believe Tuesday's more important than now. That's insane. See it, check it, do your own diagnosis. You don't need to have doctors in this condition. You can see it in your own condition. Just take a look at it for 5 minutes. It's the same, it just replicates the same thing. The dilemma is, in a way, we're looking for a what we are from what we're not, and at the same moment, it can be totally different. You can be seeing what you're not, looking for what you are from what you are, and then you'll start freaking laughing. You will. It's hilarious. It's hilarious that you are looking for what you are as what you're not, and be seeing it from what you are. It's hilarious. It's the best joke in town. It really is. It's unbelievably refreshing. They get bitch slapped every few minutes because it's unbelievable. Really, it's like we have that thing in recovery, right? Fear. You have the acronym here: false evidence appearing real. It's a typical one. We have it in San Francisco. So false evidence appearing real sounds like the head, yeah. So false evidence appearing real. How does that happen? Or seemingly, and it's all seemingly. It appears to happen. It doesn't happen. Everything is seemingly. Yeah, it's appearing to what's so to be so. Yeah, that's dreaming. So, false evidence appears to be real. Yeah, it has to appear to be real to what's real. Where else would it get reality? False evidence appears real, needs us to appear real too. Because when it appears real to us, it's seemingly fucking real. Yes? You can have it an hour ago, it seemed real, and then an hour later it doesn't seem real. You can have relief or freaking bondage. But there's the identification that will say or claim it was the one that was there when it was bound, and it's the one that's there that's free. That's the real bondage. You know, if you've gone to these talks in non-duality, they talk about duality, basically, and that's what this really, there's only teachers of duality. There's no teachers of non-duality. And there are no non-duality meetings. Where would they be? And who would be attending them? Non-duality means not two, yes? So what is the duality? It's a way of seeing, yes? Yes, high, low, close, far. But it's rooted in dualism, which is the microscopic, expresses outwardly. But here, there's the subject-objectness of this event. Sometimes you're thought about, and sometimes you're the thinker. Sometimes you're the object, you're the one that you're thought about, and sometimes you believe you're the subject of all the thinking every 5 minutes. Every 5 minutes, it's flipping. It's like this. It's a constant agitation. Subject, object, on and on and on. And then the dreaming takes that expression, and it's called duality. But the duality brought back goes to the dualism, and that's where the not two is there. You're neither subject nor object. Yes? Beautiful. And then what happens? You'll find out what you are by realizing what you're not. You'll find out what you are by knowing what you're not. You'll be able to travel as what you're not with an understanding you're not that. It works even in time. You'll travel lighter as Paul when you see you're not Paul. When everyone else sees you at Paul, there's still a sense you're not that, and it allows Paul to travel lighter. What more do you freaking want? This demand is so low, like some people see me once every 8 years. They just call and leave a message on my voicemail. They never even come to meetings anymore. Some people say, Paul, I love you, I'm never seeing you again. the job was fucking done. That's my job. You become obsolete. I like the community, but this isn't about, oh, keep coming back. No, fuck that. Yeah? If it gets to a point where it's abusive, it's not serving you anymore. Look in your own laboratory. Yeah? Just with the understanding that the seeing occurs, and then there's the sense of being the seer. It's produced. You are here. You are the before. The before, something that comes after, seemingly replaces the before and makes the before a topic you can talk about or start seeking. You're never going to find the before as after, ever, ever. You see what you're not, and in seeing what you're not, you find out what you are. That's the only, to me, the only way to go.
The switcheroo. The switcheroo.
It's not even a switcheroo because nothing ever really happened to change this. It's all dreaming. If something seems to happen in a dreaming where something gets paused, it tells you it's always been this way. So did you arrive there? Even though there seems to be a story that you arrived there, but when you arrive at that there, it tells you it's always been here. Therefore, it just negated your whole freaking story of arriving. That's the beauty of it. Yeah? And if you have alcoholism and addiction, it's of the body and the brain. You need a way of life. Yeah? People try to use non-duality not to do the steps, and they're drunk non-dualists. Or Buddhists. Same fucking thing. They hear this message, oh, there is no self, I don't have to do any steps. Immediately, the head tries to take advantage of it. It doesn't work. If you want to use it, it won't fucking become a tool to you. If there's a drive to use it, it stumps that all the time. It will give you freaking nothing. That's the beauty of non-duality. Yeah, it's a fact. If it becomes a fact for you, it's an incredible working understanding here. It will allow you to travel lighter. Doesn't change all the geography of what's in store for you as an action figure, but you'll travel lighter through it. And what more do you want? Yeah? If you were content and satisfied, you would have no interest in enlightenment. That shit. You would fucking, nobody who's content, satisfied is gonna sit 14 hours on its ass. They're not. And most of you go on these retreats, you never see the teacher. He's fucking, or she's smart enough not to spend the whole time in the day with you. He's having a latte in the back. So, yeah, that's it, I guess. No, let's ask some questions if you like. And remember, the head's looking for one consideration to exile itself or exempt itself. Just one. All it takes is one little consideration. It can add tons of miles and tons of fucking space. Yeah? No questions. Somebody has to have one.
I'll break the silence.
Please don't. Yeah.
And then I'm wrong.
No, go ahead.
You're wanted back in Australia.
I broke the law there a few times.
Oh, well, a lot of Sailor Bob's folks want to see you back.
Yeah,
And I'm friends with a lot of them.
yeah. I may be going there in March,
Okay,
but
good.
I don't know about Melbourne. I'll be going to
They
Fire
would
Day.
be delighted to see you in Melbourne. So I've got a lot of friends. And I had the privilege or the benefit of seeing you a year ago. I've learned a lot.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of things that you've said that have been very, very helpful. Life's easier. It's fun. It's fine. There's no problems. sometimes I think about, well, okay, I got these friends that are saying that I need to wake up, or that I need to shut the fuck up, wake the fuck up, or shut the fuck up. But bottom line is, there's a lot of chatter going on still, right? A lot.
Where?
Oh, apparent chatter in the head, right? Yeah, in the skull. A lot of chatter internally and externally, which implies that there's some self to hold on to the chatter, doesn't it?
No,
Okay.
it's just chatter. Until it's claimed, and then it does just that. It implies that there's a self that's holding on to it. You see? You're a perfect example of the claiming of it. Yeah? There's chatter. The chatter is claimed to imply it's you chattering, and now you shouldn't be chattering, or you're chattering too much, or if I keep chattering, it's going to exile me from other possibilities, and suddenly it has a lot of power. It's just chattering.
And then as for this moment, there was something you said that helped me a lot as well, that all of our problems are based on some moment other than now. Okay? Like, really, I mean, anytime we have an upset, it's based on some past or future drama, right? It's not here now. It's always an invitation to return to now, what's here now. Okay?
No,
Can't-
but let me jump in though.
Okay.
So, the upsets are being formulated. The idea of the one having the upset is that's the problem, in a sense, yeah? The mental state is gonna keep presenting its take. And its take is based on self. It's a self-centered system. So you can watch people. If they didn't do it, then someone else did it, and the other person, then God did it. They can't see how something happens without a doer of it. Yeah, that's the mental logic of self-centeredness. There's no way to just recognize a verb without it implying there must be a noun somewhere that did it. Yes, so the chattering. It was a perfect example. This chattering. Then the mental state notices it and says, oh, I'm the one who's chattering, and then immediately, as soon as it's you, then certain conditions and limitations apply. Well, you can't be, there must be a lot of self going on if there's chattering. See, that's what it wants to trigger. It's a perfect autopsy right now. Just saw it. It's nice. The body just was laid. Yeah. I mean, how much more? It's just an illustration of what I've been saying. Don't take it, I could be totally wrong, but I don't care. I'll take the fall if I am. I really. I'll plead the fifth. But this is all that's been just shown, so that's the autopsy. You see? You can create tons of miles with chatter. Chatter will be like, oh, I can't get into the private club now because there's too much chatter going on. And fuck them who say that. They're fucked up too. We all are. So you're chattering, whatever. This is not a chariot of the gods. This is a utilitarian fucking Toyota. You're not gonna ride this to the supreme fucking domicile. It's gonna be left outside. See, this is the ride. This is not on a ride. This is the ride. We're on the ride. This is it. We're sitting in the roller coaster. And part of the ride, I want to get out of the ride, but as the ride. The roller coaster can't get out of the roller coaster, though it wants to terribly. This is the dilemma. It wants to pull and it wants to get off, but it's totally dependent on the roller coaster to be the ride. Yeah, so this is it. You see it. It's a quality we all have that's been untouched and unblemished. There may be a lot of obscuring, but it's not here. The seeing, there's not an obscuring before the seeing. It's after the seeing. Yeah? So therefore, the seeing can see the obscuring. Yeah? Now the idea that it's you is after the seeing, so that can be easily obscured, because now you're trying to look for the seeing as what you're not, and then the obscuring agent seems to block you from the sunlight of the spirit. But it's because you're on this, seemingly on this side. Here, the obscuring agent can't obscure. Yes? It's like here, there's clouds, there's the sun, there's you. You want to get some sun. If this is the case, the clouds have the ability to obscure the sun from you. But if you're on the sun side, you still see the clouds, but they have no ability to obscure the sun. That's the whole point of the message. I'm just saying, you're on the sun side. You can see the obscuring here. Yeah, okay, I've seen selfing. I've seen it. There is no self. There's a mental activity called the act of being identified as a self. Anytime attention and interest enters any of the mental processes, it's sort of like a striptease that is it's always the striptease. You'll notice that it's in the act of being identified as self. Memory, act of being identified as self. Thought, act of being identified as self. Perceptions, act of being identified as self. Reliance on those things. Hey, that which is says I must be this. Yeah? So now it seems to, only through time, it seems to forget what it is by being this. And then a double whammy, it may be led to try to look for what it is from what it's not, which is really the double whammy. Yeah? That's like an exquisite fucking note of suffering. You know, you sufficiently, seemingly forgot what you are, and you're trying to look for it from what you're not. And you know, the greatest thing about a failed system, it can show you it's failed. So seeking has a great value because it will show you it's failed. You cannot find what's looking by using what's looking to find it. It's not happening. Is it happening now? If it ain't, it's never going to be happening now. Whatever now there is. Yeah? Yeah. I can't do it any better than that. I mean, I can't, try to part. To me, I like to, when I used to go to talks, like Buddhist talks, I liked when there was understanding given, where I could leave, not just with the feeling, but I had some meat. I understood something. They explained something to me that I had available, but I couldn't see, just like in AA. You go to circus speakers, a lot of them are entertaining, but there's no understanding being given. I like to learn something when I'm at a talk or something, because I'm going to not see that person probably. But I want to bring someone with me, and like this happened in my early years in AA. I went to Texas to give a fourth step workshop, and there was this old guy got up, and he started going over the traditions, and he went over tradition 2, and I had read it a couple times, and he says, there's a loving God expressing itself through our group conscience. He emphasized that, and I got it. Wow, so there's this presence at the meetings that's expressing its love through our group conscious, which is the meaning. I hadn't had it at that moment, and then his saying it triggered it, and I've had it ever since. Yeah, for 29 years. And that's the flavor that when I read Tradition 2, that's the exact flavor that I got hit that night with, is the same feeling that gets engendered. Same one. What a beautiful bouquet. Wasn't there, he pointed it out, woot, my head like a dog, woot. Yeah? And it never left ever since. Yeah, hopefully something like this will happen here. So maybe you'll see that this is like, you ever see those things in the city? In New York, they used to have these guy playing with beans and there's 3 cups, and he moves it around.
Yeah.
See, we believe, and how it gets you, let's say us as this believes time is linear. We believe that, we call a past and a present moment that's inexorably going to the future, yes? But the mental state doesn't see it that way. The mental state uses what comes after to imply it's before. So here's the before, here's that which is seen, yes? And then there's the act of seeing, and then there's this idea, and once this idea captures our attention, like when you're going to be losing money when this happens, it goes, so you go look, we go look at this, But it's switched the before with the after. Yeah, it's a trip, eh? So now we're looking for the before conceptually. The before is love or the void or emptiness. But it's a thing to you. It's a thing because that's how the head works. The things. Void. What's the void? Is it a big void, a little void, large void, close void? Void is a void of all that, but void. So suddenly now you're looking for these conceptual, mutated ideas of what your own nature is as a place you can arrive at. So you get left with, I know it, meaning as if you've been drenched by it. Knowing is nothing. Knowing is not, it is nothing compared to being. This is the only possibility we have concerning this is being it. And we are right now. And it doesn't matter what you freaking think. You are it. The thinking comes after. Why would you allow that to dictate what comes before? If we could really illustrate time, it would be great. Time is the ingredient of the magic trick. Yes, if you could tease it out and really see it, you would see how that which comes after is applied to be before. And it's all us, yeah? This is playing by a rule that nothing else plays by. This idea of linear real time. The head just moves everywhere. Things I buy now have nothing to do with now. 2 years from now, I bought them now for 2 years. Yeah, I got something. Why did I get this? And then there's a point where I got it. Yeah, there's so much movement going on. And when people believe they're moving towards spiritual awakening, really, if anything, they're regressing back to the condition they've always been. So they think I did all this stuff, but when it dawns on them, they go, man, it's always been this way. So all the moving towards a future goal is actually like a backing up into what's already so. Yeah? So I meet people and they're going, I really want to become awake. I said, well, you're awake. Yeah. And you've chosen to drive super fast straight ahead, and you're going to end up backing into it. Really. It's just going to erase time while you're using time. Yeah. But where you arrive at is where you've always been. So, yes, that's it, I guess. Any questions? Any more? Yes.
So, talk about the difference between thinking about awake and realization of awake. Because it's a big difference.
Thinking about awake, well, I don't know about that one. We're inherently awake, so obviously thinking about awake would seemingly take our eye off the ball, calling it the same ball. But see, thinking is always about something. It's not like a smart bomb. You think about, and the only thing you can think about is things, like an idea or something like that. So I don't know what my head doesn't work that way really. But because I believe we're all awake, and you can either be seemingly awake to that idea by realizing what you're not, or you can be seemingly asleep to that idea. It doesn't change the fact that you're awake, but you can seemingly act like you're not, or you can seemingly act like you are. And when you seemingly act like you are, and it is, that goes pretty well. Yeah? Because most of the shit we're making up, has no reality whatsoever. Can you imagine if that quality of being able to make up shit was applied to some real shit? Right? Yeah? Do you know what I mean? Could you imagine if you started, you suddenly became seemingly awake to being awake? That's freaking power. There's some juice there. Yeah? To me, that's what really goes over the incredible currents we run into to get submerged by. It keeps your head above water. It allows you to travel lighter. Just like in AA, they have a guy named Johnny used to give it to me, Tebow, right? That guy, and he talked about surrender as an unconscious event, and if the surrender is sufficient, in other words, you have no fucking idea about it. If the surrender is sufficient enough strength, it will have enough momentum to break to keep you sober, let's say, the rest of your life, or to keep you on a stabilized, even keel or something, yeah? It'll have enough momentum to break through the barriers of the dreaming in time and space, yes? The effect will be able to extend in time, yeah? To me, this is what non-duality affords, because it's a fact. Most of the shit we're trying to extend in time isn't, but non-duality is a fact. It's true. There is no two. So when that's combined, right, the moment it self-generates the momentum. It can keep going. It's sort of like to keep up there's a lot of work to keep up an illusory, or let's say when you lie. When you lie, you end up having to lie quite a lot more, right? You got to do a lot of work to keep extending it. But when something is true, it has its own extension. Yeah? Yeah, that's what, to me, all the things that we've imagined or put attention on, which was so much of it was coming and go, to put attention on that which is, that's fucking some major oomph, yeah? And so what you think you'd never get out of, you will realize you were never in to begin with. Yeah, yeah. So an AA to me is like a path of illumination. But non-duality illuminates whatever path you're on. So, to me, the idea of non-duality brought a lot of illumination to the life AA affords me, really. Without the correction of AA, my action figure veered too left or too right, crashed into things. It needed to be corrected, and AA was that correction, and continues to be. But now, the mind can be free from all those consequential effects, because I'm not going to jail, I don't have urinalysis tests after I leave here. None of this is happening. My mind is pretty unfettered. It can entertain other possibilities, yeah? Which is beautiful. And to me, what that sense of presence is undirected interest and attention. When the interest and attention isn't being sent to yesterday and tomorrow and all this stuff, it's just let to rest. That's presence. That's presence. Yeah? It's not being sent on fucking chores, mental chores, and fucking, slavery operations. It's just sort of rest. That's awakeness, yeah? Presence. So to me, presence is really undirected interest and attention. So your interest and attention is freed from that preoccupation of what you're not. And yes? Yeah. Yes.
So no desires?
Of course there's desires, but there's no one who has them. I have a desire for this to end, this meeting. I have a desire for an almond cheesecake. But is there anyone who has those desires? Thank God, no. The desires would mean so...
You're just watching the mind run its thing.
No, I'm not even watching it anymore. I've seen it. It doesn't even... I wouldn't give it that much credit. I'm not. It can do it. See, it's not burning down houses anymore. You know what I mean? I'm not killing people or anything. I'm just looking for a coffee or some pants or something. It's not. I don't need to watch it too much. Yeah, it's not up to much shit, really. It lost a lot of its spring. It's sort of sprung. Yeah. And it's not being able to recoil as much. You can't get, it ran out of spring, so to speak. It was me that was constantly compressing it. Yeah? Now, yeah. I just show up, I really have no idea what's going on. Really, literally. I have no idea. If you stop me and go, how do you feel? I have no idea. Because I don't pay any attention to it much. I don't have a synopsis of how I feel. It's not like every hour I'm getting my blood report. I don't care, that much. Now, I don't know if it's my slacker nature to begin with, but it seems to be going well with it. Yeah. So people go, how do you feel, Paul? I have no idea. How do you feel about me, which is bad? I have no idea. Then I have to say something, because then I'll have a bad feeling. No. But it's like, I can't really say. But I would imagine, what you are states so much louder than what you say. You know what I mean? What you are speaks. There was an old thing from Science of Mind. I loved it when I was young. What you are speaks a lot louder than what you say, and I'm a believer in that. Yeah. So, yeah. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on really. I believe the whole thing is more of a loss of interest, and then the interest gets redirected and reconfigured. Yeah.
So there's not even a desire of thy will be done kind of thing. You're just in that.
No, I would say thy will is done. It's an observation. Thy will be done is sort of like a hope. To me, thy will is done. I've observed that to be true.
Only thy will is done.
Yeah, you see? Yeah. Yeah. How much do you need? How much demonstration do you need that something's afoot? That's much larger or whatever, clearer, whatever you want to say. I think it borders on the level of abuse, how much doubting Thomas action goes on. A lot of people have a miracle in an hour, they've forgotten it, but they remember a resentment of 40 years. You got to see there's a bias in place, yeah? So I try to point out to my friends, hey, you want things to get well, when they demonstrate that they are, fucking honor it. So instead of going back to the same framing that nothing's ever going to get well. Yeah, it's really pointless. Just see and demonstrate and honor it. Honor, hey, like that. In AA, I'm intimate with every one of their statements. Perhaps there's a better way, trusting something infinite rather than finite self. And then when that was happening, I honored the demonstrations of it. I honored when I was waiting to hear if I had AIDS, and I had a lot of evidence I should have AIDS. Intravenous drug use, a lot of freaking blood, new blood put in from accidents. But I walked through it for 3 weeks. It didn't flip me out. I fucking built a little, mobile temple there, and I honored something's doing for me what I can't do for myself. And then what did I do after that? Well, if something can do for me what I can't do for myself, I'm going to expand on what I can't do for myself. Make it bigger. Why do you live with periods and fucking end of paragraphs? It opens up things, yeah? So, and then it says, it says, why are you in so much fear today? Page 67, I think. And thank God it doesn't let us answer. It would have been like a fucking volume of books. It says, isn't it because self-reliance has failed you? He's just giving you he may not even known the diagnosis was being given through him. He probably didn't, Bill W. But something came through, and people after it can see it. All right, why are you in so much fear today? Isn't it because self-reliance has failed you? So self-reliance is the cause of fear in one's life. So what happens? If you get relieved of self-reliance, what's going to happen? Anxiety is going to diminish. You're not going to be occupied by what's not happening. You'll be occupied in what's happening. Yeah? And you will see the results, and you'll know the tree by its fruits. A good tree cannot bring forth bad fruit. A bad tree cannot bring forth good fruit. You'll know the tree by its fruits. So I see, I've seen it work. Yeah. And I have the ability, this is one thing I realized after sobriety, and I didn't know it, but I have the ability to be convinced. I was convinced I am not managerial quality. I was convinced of a number of things that have never changed, never come up for review. It's not every 7 years, let's go back and go over. No, It's all mute point, and I'm telling you, it is like the problem never existed for me. That's a fucking great solution.
Yeah.
It really is. And I've been one of the lucky non-ones because ever since this hit me, I never had a strong feeling or thought about drinking or using. So it's not even much effort. It was more behavioral modification. I was not ever fighting the urge ever again since the day I got struck sober. I had to deal with all the, Paul as a, an activity. It needed a lot of freaking change, but the urge wasn't fight. Like, there was no more fight. It was removed from me, which is unbelievable solution. I don't need any more demonstration than that in the story of an action figure. Something did to me that no human power could bring about. And it was my mother wanted it to change, the state wanted it to change. Nothing could change it, yet something changed it. Yeah. I've been convinced from that point, and I've never, I don't go through a dark night of the soul. I'm very clear that that's the way it is. For 30 years now, so. Non-duality is a whole different ball game. It's not a skillful means. It's not really for the action figure. It's just a negation of what we take to be so, with the hopes that we'll keep an open mind and see what we find out, And I found the way I found out, and then it reverse engineered, and the downloads are all about what I wasn't. That's all I've learned. I never learned about what I was ever since. All I learn about is what I'm not. Yeah? I'm being what I am, but I learn about what I'm not. I have an understanding about what I'm not. I know what I'm not. I experience what I'm not all day. Yeah? I just don't apply that to what I am. I don't want to learn about what I am. I don't want to know about what I am. I don't give a shit if you know about what you are. I don't want to experience about what I am, because it's impossible. We can only be what we are. And I humbly believe we're being it right now, except we don't think so. And you have faith in the thought system, and you're letting the thought system dictate its story. And it's fine, it's part of dreaming. It's all going to end anyway. We're all going to go to sleep tonight, and we'll forget it all. Won't we? Really? That's incredible. How could you be so important when you're off the game board like 1/3 of the time? I mean, really, your preeminence in the game board doesn't seem, a lot of moves are made without you seemingly being even here. So I don't see how we could be taken as the center of the universe. All right, well, that's it. I have shirts and books over there. And, we'll charge it back.